Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. This is Amrita Sharma welcoming you to another episode at Healing Our Earth, inspiring women globally. So today's episode is dedicated on the upcoming International Women Day, and today's theme of International Women Day of this year is inspiring women. And to talk about it, we have a bouquet of beautiful flowers of women who will be sharing with us their thoughts, their views, and a lot more. To talk more about it, we'll be moving further, but let's get started with Gayatri Mantra. I'll be holding this affirmation that has been derived from the Rig Veda. You can hold any affirmation as you like. So let's come together, join our hands, and pray. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome. With the upcoming International Women's Day on 8th March and International Women Judges Day also followed by it on the 10th of March, today we all have come together to share this jubilant year again, where we are going to pay respect to our mothers, cuddle the love to our daughters, and share the bliss of being a female. It's also World Wildlife Day today. Wildlife is sustained in Mother Earth. And yet, because of that, we all are here. So it's time to thank our Mother Earth our mothers, and all those females and ladies, the girls and the little beauties that roll around us and share their beautiful vibes with us. When we were little girls, and now we are women. So it's time to share with everyone all these things. And this year's theme is very inspiring. It talks about inspire inclusion, which includes inspiring women and including them in every part of life. Where women haven't got a lot of rights in many parts of the world till today, it's time to have an equal right to say, to live, and for a life of great liberty, fraternity, and happiness. And therefore, we have our guests with us. I'd like to welcome Rena from Israel. Global Namaste, Rena, and a very warm welcome to you. I have seen you since such a long time to be a Jubilean girl. And what message do you have for all our contributors and viewers who are listening to us through various partner channels as well? Over to you.
Global Namaste again. Thank you for having me. As always, it's a pleasure to be here and such a warm welcome to the Healing Our Earth community. And the message for anybody who's listening that connects to womanhood and connects also to thinking about when I met you, Dr. Amrita, and who I am today. And if I had to choose one word, it would be compassion. Have compassion with where you're at right now. Have compassion with what got you to where you are right now. And as you look ahead at any goals that you might have, things that you want to aspire in your life, things that you wish for yourself with your physical body, the way that it looks, the way that it feels, the way that you relate to it, goals that you might have with career, with finances, with relationships, with family, and just have so much compassion. Your body is so smart. Your body knows exactly what to do. Your body knows how to heal itself. You know what your body needs. And you're doing enough. You're doing enough. And yeah, that's what I would take from my story that I hope resonates with other people.
That's wonderful. And what message do you have for all the women who are in Israel and then still, in that turmoil of state? So just one line, maybe somebody listens to you and feels happy before we move to Alexandra in Croatia.
So I would say, especially for women who are in Israel, where I live, and living in a place where a lot of women are not feeling the basic need of safety and security that people everywhere deserve to feel, and that can shake up things with our bodies, and to remember that whether your body is having things being shaken up right now or not, whether you're in Israel or not, at the end of the day, again, your body knows exactly what it's doing. It's working to protect you. It's working to set you up to be successful. It wants you to be healthy, and it's doing its very best job for that to be the case in the situation and environment that it's currently in.
Wow, wonderful. And let's welcome Alexandra Rena. Global Namaste, Alexandra, who is in Croatia. And good afternoon to you. You have been a journalist, you have been traveling at so many countries and now into health and wellness, working with women, for women, and empowering them. What message do you have for all of us? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Thank you, Healing Our Earth Global Community. It's always nice to spend Sunday afternoon with you. The message of self-empowerment, I think, is the most important message. especially for women, as we always empower others. We are raised to do that in our family and social environment. So why not just give the love and support, just like Rena said, to ourselves, and acknowledge that when we need a break, when we need a pause, when we need nourishment, when we need support, just like Healing Our Earth gives support to all the women, all the men, all the children, and the earth, that Mother Nature that holds us all together. I think it's really important to acknowledge the ecological side of nourishment. That's why I'm giving you this Croatian background here, to get some sunshine and some sky. This is what I return to always, just when the things get rough. I just look at the sky, it's always there. So no matter what's happening, giving ourselves space, time, and permission to come back to our own basic needs and feelings. And then we will be more able to explain, request what we really need for others without self-sacrificing our needs.
Yeah, without self-sacrificing our needs, that's so important, because most of the time we forget who we are, and we indulge ourselves so much with that compassion that it turns up to be too much on our shoulders and our back as well, I would say. So that aspect of understanding yourself and realizing your own entity and existence of your own entity amongst everything is really so important. And amidst that, you also feel that it will help you to grow rather than just giving and not getting. And then it will help you in promoting yourself individually, which will help in the growth of everyone. Isn't it, Alexandra? What do you think about it?
Exactly, Dr. Amrita. I think I will talk about myself. Like, it's really difficult for me to receive, because it's so easy for me to give. So I have just recently heard about this description, that I'm not a taker, someone who just goes and takes things from others that don't belong to me. If I ask for support, and if somebody offers me a compliment or a support during difficult times, it is not. It's just like, just as I like to help others, others would like to help me. So it's really important to have that flow and that balance, the dance of life, like two hands, two wings of the birds, like day and night. We need others. There is this interdependence aspect of our lives that we just, or I try to be self-sufficient and just like never ask for help. But I realized after turning 50 that is really not sustainable. And I'm not giving good example to other women and my nieces and others when I don't respect myself, and when I don't admit I just can't do it on my own. I need support of others.
Yes, yes, Rena. What do you have to say on that?
Actually, I was wondering if I could lead a brief exercise that gives anybody who's listening an opportunity to actually embody exactly what Alexandra is speaking about, this notion of giving to ourselves.
We can have it in the yoga episode specifically for the women as well, Rena.
Okay.
And but what she has been talking about is really wonderful, to have your own self-existence and your individuality in a way to love yourself and be with yourself. So that's what it's talking about. And I think that gives you a beautiful pace in life. And also because the love and compassion that we are giving is regained by our self-existence, which we have nurtured in ourselves by birth, by our parents, by our loved ones, that we are able to give it again to them as well. And we also have Dr. Kailash Parekh. Well, good afternoon, Dr. Kailash Parekh. Global namaste to you as well. What message do you have, and what have you to say about International Women's Day and what Rena has been talking and Alexandra has been talking? Over to you. Thank you. You're not audible, Dr. Kailash. We can't hear you. So Dr. Kailash had been doing, we can't still hear you, Dr. Kailash. She had been doing a wonderful job with the environment, sustainability, and sustenance. And this year's theme is also in relation to that. So, as it's today's World Wildlife Day as well, and sustenance of life and sustainability in itself, in one form or the other, is so important for every individual. And in that regards, the women, the females, basically, their existence in their sustenance is in equal way as important it is. And can we hear you now? I can't, we can't still hear you. Please log in again. And yeah, so basically, when we are talking, Rena, when you talk about, okay, this life has been in a tough way, or this have been an easy way, what are the two tips that you would like to give to our viewers whenever it's a tough times of life, as a girl, as a woman? And then we take some tips from Alexandra.
Tips for when it's a tough time. One tip, well, one is writing in general. And I would start with whatever feels right for you. But there's a lot of research out there, and a habit that I have is writing what I'm grateful for at least once a day, but often twice a day, in the morning upon waking up and in the evening before going to bed. Keep a notebook by your bed with a pen so that it's right there. And I write mine in a format of I'm grateful for, and then whatever comes up that I want to write. I actually have another layer. Then after I write like my list of whatever comes up, I write, this actually comes from a Jewish practice. In Hebrew, you would say nikudot tovot. It's like the good points about yourself. So for example, determined, like my nikudot tovot, I could say I'm determined, I'm passionate, I'm caring, I'm loving. To kind of, and this is especially getting back to that, important for women and fostering like a sense of recognizing yourself and your gifts. And then at the end, my last sentence is I'm grateful for another day to love and be loved. And that came from a teacher of mine who inspired me. And so that's tip number one. And tip number two, which just builds on that, is that sometimes it feels really fake to write what you're grateful for, because like things can be so bad. So then what I like to do is open a piece of paper, and in the top margin, I write something like, I'm just writing this down to get it out. I'm not going to get involved in it. And then I just write, and then use the gratitude practice afterwards so that you're ending on a positive note. I hope it's helpful.
Wonderful. That's a very beautiful idea, to write certain things about you are grateful to, and then striking them, some of them in the tough times of the life as well. Alexandra, before we, Kailash ji, are we able to hear you?
I hope so. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Global namaste to you.
So
Yes. So global namaste.
Global
Your
namaste.
message, and then we move to Alexandra. Yes.
Yes.
Over to you.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate all women today on this very special day. Today is about celebrating the remarkable achievement women have made all over the world. So it's our special day today. But coming from an educational background, my message to everyone is to believe in yourself. You can do it. And today's theme is about inclusion. So when we talk about inclusion, it means everybody, no matter what age, background, religion you are. We're all important. We all believe in ourselves that we can do it no matter what. And we shouldn't compare ourselves, or just because we've heard a story about an inspirational woman for a celebrity background. We all do our little things that make a big, huge difference. You know, as you said, Amrita, you know, we are mothers, daughters, sisters, and, you know, and we should celebrate our womanhood. So my message is to believe in ourselves and to celebrate whatever little achievement we do. We must celebrate that, and also working with others as well, like-minded people that will bring us up, and build our confidence is so important. So keep that focus. We can do it. And I was very pleased to see some of my learners who just joined today's conference as well. So I hope today's message is going to inspire you more and believe in yourself. And that's my message today on this very special day. And I think we should celebrate every day, not just on International Women's Day, but it should be a celebration for women every day. Thank you.
Lovely. That's lovely. So what are your tips when the tough times come for the women?
I think a tough time is when obviously you need support. We talked about. I've just heard Rena talk about working with others, and also Alexandra was talking. So yeah, pick up the phone, talk to a friend. Talk to somebody you trust. Don't suffer in silence. You can do it. Sometimes you get into this little hole where you start sort of thinking, well, no, I'm not good enough. I can't do this. But yeah, there's a lot of women who may be in a similar position. So by talking to each other, we can inspire others. I mean, when I'm teaching, I always give my example where I was and where I started from, where I am today. It just takes that little bit, small steps, believing in yourself, you can do it, and encouragement from families and friends is so important. So there's so much out there. Please go and seek help, and yeah, you can do it. And that's my message to all women there. You have got it within you. Believe in yourself. And that is empowerment in itself.
Yeah, amazing. Believing in yourself. That's very, very important. Your own beliefs in being what you are will, I think, add on to a lot of things. And this when you were talking, Dr. Kailash, I was just reminded of one of the books that I wrote at the time of COVID. I just contributed a chapter in a particular book, and it was about making right choices in life. And those right choices in life can only be made with all these facets when you have, and especially being a woman, you are a primary pillar of the home, of the family, and then you are supporting up with a lot of things, and your decisions in life will make a lot of change with and will make a big difference in other people's life as well. And that kind of thing will be so important when all these facets will be included in yourself. It will help in making you right choices. What have you to say, Alexandra? What do you do when tough times come to your life? Over to you. And what are your tips for everyone?
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Dr. Amrita. Thank you, Dr. Kailash. The mindful action is really important. But before that, just as you just mentioned, Dr. Amrita, it's really important that we first know our values, that we have time to reflect, and then we can, like, one effective or emotional part would be, how happy are you in your life? But the second one, more reflective, is how happy are you with your life? So these are two
Hmm.
different things that we really can hold space and then decide according to our values how we move forward.
Hmm.
And of course, always holding ourselves and each other safely and with love. That's really, really important. But essential practices like meditation, it can be formal ones, sitting, walking, but anything we do, when we chop vegetables and we brush our teeth, just connecting, attuning to your own intention, as Rena said, like whatever your gratitude is, whatever your motivation is. I think it's really important for me personally to just remember values every day, what my values are, what sort of relationships I want to build, what sort of person I want to be, how I want to act in this world. So, according to that, values first and then goals and actions. Because in my life, I'm very fast. I like to do things quickly. So I do things before I really check with my values. So now I really try not to commit too soon because that's my pattern. It's really, I needed a lot of time, a lot of experiences to know that I need time and space to reflect how to move forward. What do I want to do with my life? So this is really important for me to go to commitment to a valued action and direction, so that it's really accordance with my own values. And be open and receptive. I think this is really important. But if we don't feel safe, and if we are not really sure about our values, it's difficult, I think, to interact from authentic space. And I think this is what maybe with these kind of platforms where women can just be themselves, be authentic, offer whatever experience they have made in their life and just accept it. I think acceptance comes always first, and then we can work with commitment and acknowledge what kind of choice we're going to make throughout the day or a year or a lifetime.
True, really wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have our founder and director Neil Kumar with us as well. And we have Shubhaji from Kenya and Seema Bhatia, our episode producer, and Navgil from UK as well. Global Namaste, everyone. Let's start with Neil Kumar, what comments he has to share with us and shower with us. So over to you, Neil Kumar, and then we follow up in a row with our guests. Thank you.
Well, namaste to you, Amrita. You are doing a stunning job and we are very proud of you. All the women,
Thank you.
we are so glad that you are joined here because I believe, and everybody believes, that healing our earth, empowering women, empowering communities. And that is practically true too. And what I would like to ask everybody on the panel over here, and welcome to all, and we'll go around the panel to ask, because this year's theme is not just empowering women, but it is very clear and wanting to know from the women that, inspire inclusion, that emphasizes the importance of fostering a world where women are not only present, but actively valued and empowered across the spheres of the life. I would like to know from each and every one of you, and we go around, do you believe in this, and do you feel valued, and do you feel empowered in the current day and age? So let's start with Rena in Israel. What do you feel?
Could you actually share your screen again with that so I could give it another look?
Okay, we'll come back to you in a moment. Alexandra, what do you feel? Do you really feel valued and you feel inclusive?
At the moment, coming back to Croatia after living in different countries like France, Germany, England, US, I feel like that women are really not included in public life, in political spheres of decision-making process at all. It's like I came back like when I was born 50 years ago. The attention is really on male dominance, and I really don't feel that this is a not equal guided community. So
thank you, Alexandra. We're going to come back to you because we want to find a solution. At Healing Our Earth, we also try to find solution. Rena, you've seen the screen again. What do you feel? Do you feel part of the society? Do you feel you are getting equal opportunities and you feel inclusive?
It's an interesting, I hope I can articulate this. In some ways, it's a choice of how I decide, how I choose to see it. Because I could see many ways when I don't feel included. But I also see many ways that I've created for myself to feel included. And I can see many examples of women who are included. I can see a lot of progress that women have made to get to the point where we are today in inclusion. And I see still like a lot of what I've had to do so that I can feel a sense of inclusion does separate me from, I guess, greater society at large.
Thank you, Rena. So there is room for improvement. Stay around. Together today, we want to create a mini memorandum of how we should proceed forward. So the women who are at the least equal to men, at the least, I feel, and I always say, they are touch better than men because they can create life. So it's very important. We go to Nav Gill, who is in Buckinghamshire there in Milton Keynes. Global Namaste and welcome to Healing Our Earth. What are your views, Nav?
Namaste. So my views are like I don't feel women are less and in any way from men. I think we are included, even we are in more than doing more better than men. I'm a single mom, 35, and 6 years ago, my ex-husband said to me that you can't do anything. You are just like a useless housewife. And today I am doing a very good job. I'm a chief technician. I'm doing really good job. I will lead a career. And I would say if women wants to bring them up, I think the financial independence is very, very, very important for a woman. And second thing is it's in you. If you feel like you're not there, you will never feel you're there. You have to feel, no, I'm above. And then it will come automatically that, yeah, we can do that.
So Nav
So
Nav
women
is
are doing everywhere.
So Nav is positive that things are improving. She
Yeah,
feels included. She feels that it's up to us to make ourselves known.
exactly. Yeah.
And although being there as a single mother, she has actually shown the point that yes, it is possible. So we need a room for improvement. We need to find solution. And we are already there, as what Nav says, and she's in Buckinghamshire in the United Kingdom. Let's go to Kenya, where we got two of our beautiful souls. One being Seema Bhatia, who is a kitchen episode producer at Healing Our Earth and a senior host. Seema, global namaste and jambo to you in Kenya.
Very warm global namaste Jambo and Habari Sana from beautiful equatorial green, luscious Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya.
Now, Seema, you've actually led some big projects as well, and you are a celebrity chef. Some of those of you who have gone to Hong Kong and been on the cruise, then you might have seen Seema doing sessions over there. Do you feel that women are now being recognized and at the least equal, or they are actually rising in the momentum? What are your thoughts?
So my point of view is change is happening. It may be slow, but it's happening. On that note, for all you wonderful women out there globally, on behalf of our platform, Healing Our Earth, we want to celebrate the accomplishments and contributions of women in various fields: science, politics, tech, literature, business, domestic, and so much more. Speaking of feeling equal, there are challenges and there are obstacles. And this is on a global level. These have to be addressed on a much deeper level. We have so many obstacles faced by women, such as gender-based violence, gender-based inequality, discrimination, unequal access to education and healthcare. There are intersectional issues that impact women differently worldwide. These are based on factors like race, ethnicity, class, sexual orientation, and ability. So change has to happen. So how do we foster inclusivity? My point of view is we have to promote inclusivity and diversity within feminist movements to ensure the voices, and I'm going to say this again, louder pitch, the voices of women are heard and represented globally. We have to also discuss the role of men as allies to women in advocating gender equality and challenging the harmful and stereotypical behaviors that are faced in many societies worldwide. So yes, change is happening. It's happening on a slower level. But of course, there are many things that have to be done to promote more change, bring the call to action on so many levels, encourage individuals and organizations to take action to support women's rights or gender equality, whether through activism, policy advocacy, or everyday actions. So looking ahead, we have to identify future priorities and goals for advancing women's rights. I'm a mother of two girls, promoting gender equality, closing the gender pay gap. This is a huge problem. Increasing women's representation in leadership goals, ending gender based violence, something that is such a big issue also here in Africa. It pains my heart. Discuss and emphasize on the younger generation, a mother of two girls. How do we shape their future of feminism and the continuous fight for justice? I may come across very strongly. I always say change is happening, but a lot more has to be done worldwide.
Seema, thank you. You have got experience of different countries. Stay around. We want to know how each country is faring as well. We are actually going to stay in Kenya, and we're going to go 300 miles from you to Mombasa, where we've got our Suba Nair, who has become a regular contributor now. Suba, Jambo, and a global namaste to you in Mombasa. What are your thoughts and what Seema has said? And then we'll go to Amrita in Jalandhar in India, and then go back to Aditi and Dr. Parekh. So unmute yourself, Suba, and your thoughts.
A global namaste to you all, and thank you, Amrita and Neilji, for having me here and on this wonderful occasion. This whole week has to be super celebrated, and thank you for organizing this. To come to your question that you put in, or the statement, or the topic that we are supposed to talk about, I think there are like two things that I would like to first say, where we can as individuals contribute and also inspire people to kind of ensure that they follow that too. First is, I think if we want inclusivity, we need to respond to situations, circumstances, challenges as human beings, not as women. You know, the moment we start identifying too much as a woman, we are giving more power to the counterpart to kind of brand us as just as women. We are just humans as any other human being in this world. And first, we need to teach our girls, our children, our boys to consider people as human beings first. And the challenges, circumstances, and situations that we face has to be responded as a human first. Secondly, the thing I would like to say is that we have to inspire and motivate people to understand and be deeply aware that we all have choices. It does not matter. We have choices to have sex. We have choices to have kids. We have choices to get married. So the choices are ours to make. And the consequences might not be very easy, might not be a bed of roses. That has to be taught. But nevertheless, the choices have to be taken. Whether you want to do anything in life, choices have to be made, and there are consequences for those choices. That is, it's sometimes a little bit hard, sometimes it's a bit of hardship, but we have to teach our girls that this is something we will have to go through, no matter what. It is not going to be a bed of roses, and everyone cannot come to help you. You have to, somewhere inside you, build the strength, the inner strength, to ensure that, you know, we come out as, you know, people who have choices. We keep saying that, you know, generally that, you know, women, we don't have choices. Though we project as if it is 80% of the world women don't have choices and 20% have choices. I do not believe that. In today's world, I think 80% of the women have choices and 20% are the ones who do not have any choice in life. They completely are, you know, completely in a zone where they cannot think for themselves. So those 80% that have choices, okay, they have to be great. So that comes to the solution, is that today's social media, no matter what, how much we say it is like not a good thing, I personally feel it has opened up. Let's look at the positive. It has made us accessible to every street, every little town, every little village ever that we would have never imagined that we could have reached. People had to sacrifice. There were women, very enterprising and very good women who have gone to remote places and help people. But that is not possible for everyone. So this social media internet has given us access to every street, every little village, every little corner of the world. So we have to use this medium to create more role models. When I was growing up, there were no role models. The only role models we had was either movie stars or beauty pageant winners, or maybe one or two politicians, or maybe one odd astronomer and then we would celebrate as if it's something, out of the world. And that is something that an ordinary person in a street corner would think it is almost impossible to reach. So let us not celebrate the successes of women. Let us celebrate women like as just people, humans doing normal things, achieving great things in every little aspect of life. Like
Thank
whether
you, Subha. Subha,
yes.
thank you very much. Subha says we have the choice. Exercise the right to practice our choice. Be firm with your choices. Select your choices. If you make a mistake, doesn't matter. You can bounce back. Let us do that. And she said, let's follow some role models. Well, I'll go further. Each one of you present right now in the Zoom, because we are actually streaming to the general audience on YouTube, Facebook, website, Twitter, which is now X, Twitch. We are on social media, multiple platforms. You each are role model already for me over here. So Amrita and Seema, why don't we do something? Include all these ladies over here in the group that we have got, empowering women, and let's revive that in a bigger way, and we create a launching pad to go step further. You all are good role models. Let us agree today that for the generations to come, let us bring some tips and ideas for people, create a larger group. We've got several countries here. We've got Kenya, Israel, Croatia, India, United Kingdom. Let us all unite together, empower women. If we empower our own women over here, we can go out into the wider audience and empower more people. Let's pause here for a moment. I want to go to Mumbai and India and Jalandhar at the moment. We got our Bindu Vora, who is our yoga guru, and she's also a healer. So before Bindu speaks, Amrita, you are a senior anchor at Healing Our Earth and a producer as well. Do you feel where you are in the state, which is Punjab, which is very male dominated, do you feel women have started penetrating the system in a senior roles and an inclusive roles?
Thank you, Neil Kumar. You have touched up a very sensitive topic, actually, because the situation in every state and every country is very, very different, depending upon what women feel and how what are the traditions and cultures of a particular place that has played a very important role in empowering women and apart from the socioeconomic changes. From the medical perspective, it has been very different for me because when I sit in the hospital and see the women approaching most of the time, in India, we are having a big challenge to have girls without anemia. Anemia is one of the very big problem in India, anemic girls, because of lack of good diet, lack of nourishment, early being a mother at a very early age. And another thing that has creeped up is the cancers that women are having, may it be breast cancer or cervical cancer or other things. So a lot of other things. These all things are the result of something that is missing in the society. And those all things will only be done when each one of us takes a pledge to help 2 or 3 families surrounding us and help them empower and encourage. For example, my maid has got 5 children, out of which 3 are girls. And every day I struggle with her, empower her, help her financially, and educate her girls to stand by to fight. And the husband beats her every day. It's her everyday story. So all these things are on the small ways of small houses, but still they're running. She has her lead. She says, I have to get my children educated. I want to get my girls educated, and I will work despite whatever my husband says. He takes a lot of money from her as well, and she doesn't have anything. Still, she sustains. So these are the very small examples that we see in our day to day life. And if we pledge that if God has made us, our mothers have made us so empowering, let's bless small families around us and give them education that will help an overall basis. And your idea is really brilliant, to have a platform where all of us come together and we make a forum in which we can raise up issues that can help people, and especially the women and the girls, to fight against the odds in their own countries and break the traditions and things that have made them so low.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita, a senior anchor and a producer at Healing Our Earth. Wonderful, you've identified some point. So at the midway over here in this first session, because we've got second session where we're going to get a lot of prominent people coming, and then we've got the American sector where we are going to bring people in. Hands up to all of them who are present over here. Put your hands up. Do you agree we set up a forum? We unite together and we bring the empowerment for the women to empower the community. Hands up those who are in. Okay, so that's 100% of the people, including Nilanjana, who is there, who's coming shortly. So Amrita and Seema, because you are also senior team members and board members over here at Healing Our Earth, let us unite these people. And maybe, Amrita, in the episode of Women's Self-Care, on 17th of this month, bring back for half an hour and bring some solutions. And meanwhile, see how you guys are gelling on a meeting offline, and bring up some points, because the time has come where we start now. We have had over the pandemic several online sessions and everything. We have moved and we have had a lot of projects going. Let's move on to a project where all the women unite and bring that special touches to those who may not be privileged. Bindu, unmute yourself in Mumbai, and global namaste to you. What are your thoughts of uniting with women and bringing community together?
Global Namaste, everyone, and wish you all a very happy Women's Day out there. All beautiful souls have exchanged their beautiful views, and I totally agree about this, that we all should get united and we all should contribute to the world whatever we can. And such wonderful thoughts each one of you have shared on the screen. I totally agree to it, that empower yourself first and then you are able to empower others. So I think we should go on to this, and it's a wonderful thought, and let's unite and let's make it happen.
And Bindu, for those who don't know, and we won't discuss this now, you have had a journey and a half. You have been through hell and high water, and today you are not only beautiful in and out, but you have actually helped so many people through your journey. Maybe we will discuss that on the 17th of March episode, where how we can self-care and be there. So once again, we've agreed to unite those who are in the panel in the Zoom. Of course, there may be lots who are in the social media who will connect to us, which we will put you in touch. We together can start making difference in several countries, which will be beautiful. Well, at this point, we've also got Aditi, who recently joined the family, and she's a good singer. And Aditi, your point on women empowerment and inclusivity.
So first and foremost, a global namaste to everybody. And it's wonderful to see so many women empowering the society. Um, I have very strong beliefs in this. Life begins with a woman, and women forget that very often because they're so busy. They are accountants, they are chefs, they are mothers, they are cleaners, they are everything hands on. Just one person is all that, and they still forget that. What is most important? They forget to pass this information to their children, to their girls, like Seema said. They forget to pass that information to that, and that cycle goes on and on. This is what we need to stop. We need to empower women. We need to tell them that, look, you have the ability, which by forming, by giving this information, by nurturing your children, by giving the girls more power, that way they are more self-confident. Because right now, women forget that they are, that they have the confidence, they have the ability. And that's the one thing that's lacking in the community. I work with music. I am 70 years old. What I do is I go on Zoom. It started with COVID, and with music, I encourage women to think positive, to heal themselves because because they've been left by their children, whatever, and their family has moved on. But those women are in themselves have the power because they've already done it. That experience needs to be passed down, and then everybody needs to listen to them. So this is what I do as my job, is that I try and encourage women to get into this business of passing this information to their girls and making them stronger.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditi. Stay around. We will want one nice appropriate song from you in a moment. What a wonderful moment. She uses the power of the music to get women empowered, and it doesn't matter. Age is just a number. She's very sprightly and she loves what she is doing. Let's welcome our professor, Dr. Nora Vyas from Kingston University. She is also a part of Healing Our Earth and a host as well and a senior member. Global Namaste, Dr. Nora Vyas, and your thoughts on women empowerment and inclusivity.
Global Namaste, Neil Kumar. Thanks so much for your wonderful welcome, and hello everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Thanks. It's been wonderful listening to some of your discussions offline. And just some thoughts that I had was that this is a time where we really celebrate women, all the achievements. I was having a deep reflection on Women's Day, and I just thought that, it's quite remarkable what women achieve on a day-to-day basis. They juggle family life, in terms of their parents, their kids, their partners, but also the work they do on a day-to-day basis in terms of their jobs, and how it is that they're remarkably able to do this all, with a good heart as well. And I think the values that women have, love, peace, patience, is something which we need to really acknowledge and also come together and just realize that each of us have each other. So the idea that we need to continue to support each other, we need to break any forms of stigma, and we also need to create a space where mental health is a priority, because if we don't see each other as sisters, then we're not able to kind of really break down all of the barriers that we have had for so many years. Some thoughts are also that I've been reflecting on is the sense that we need to have a sense of fearlessness. Let your dreams fly. So many women who might be watching this later on replay, or those who are currently on here, they may have dreams that they want to achieve. And I know that women are able to do multiple things, but there might be something within their consciousness which is stopping them from achieving those. And it might be that they don't have that confidence, or because of previous experiences. So my message is that just break that all down, let your dream fly, just be fearless, let those barriers just break. If there are opportunities out there which maybe come to you, then don't think negatively that, oh no, there might be someone better than me. Think, what can I do with this opportunity? How can I make this work? So really give yourself that courage and have that courage within you that actually I've been given that opportunity. Let me take the most out of this and let things grow. And of course, involve others in that journey with you. I think to a certain extent, you need to be somewhat greedy in terms of what you want to achieve in your dreams. So the exploring new ideas is fabulous, but also you need to have that greed to keep going, push yourself, be ambitious. And we see so many women in the world right now who are not only saying what they want to do, but they're able to achieve it as well. And we look up to those women, not only as inspiration, but also ways of saying, well, actually, this is something I could do as well. I just need to break through that barrier, which I have in my mind, that I can't do something. Remember, when you have a message, when you have this inner calling, that inner calling may be for you. So when we share those ideas with others, they may say, oh, I don't think this is possible. This is going to be really challenging. I wouldn't go that way. And that really makes things worse because they kind of appreciate what you want and what you want to achieve, but they don't have that dream that you have. And remember, they say the upper being, the person on top, so that every individual is special. Everyone has certain things that they can accomplish. So when we share those ideas with others, they might be like, oh, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go for that. But you might be able to do it. And that's why you had the thought. So really go with that thought, really pave the path so that you can achieve what it is that's in your mind. Because if it's in your mind, it means that you can achieve it. But you just need a plan to be able to execute it.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you,
Sorry,
Doctor.
sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Nora Vyas. We're going to come back to you.
Sure.
Dr. Nora Vyas is very positive, saying, be bit greedy, love yourself, achieve your dream, don't give up. And she's a mental health expert. She's actually creating an in-person event very shortly at the Kingston University about mental health and stress at work. So Nora, we have agreed that all the women over here have agreed to create a forum, offline forum, where they will exchange ideas. Let's go one step further, not just forum and chit-chat to enjoy and envy each other. How about a forum that can help people who are mentally stressed, who may need help, and each one of you have got expertise in your field, and whoever it is can appropriately answer the person to help them. So we can create a Facebook group where a question can be posed. Each one of you can be a moderator there. You can help via email, via in-person in your country. Let's go step ahead, because in your hobbies, in your part-time, you can help a lot of people. People like Bindu in Mumbai, who has gone through stress and knows how to ride. Seema knows what stress is and how to ride, as is Amrita. Alexandra mentioned some points, and she is already want to dedicate her mother for a foundation to help children. And talking about children, so Nora, you and Bindu can get together and discuss about stress. Her as an individual coming out of stress and being successful. You as an expert in a logical way, in a methodical way, telling people how to follow and how to remove stress, whether it's at home, in person, at work, in community. So we have agreed that we are going to do, so we're going to step further. We are not only going to unite in a group, but we will also contribute to the community, because remember, empowering women is empowering community. Empowering community is empowering society, ultimately empowering the earth. Talking about children, somebody who actually supports and guides children, empowers them, is our Nilanjana Paul here. She is here, and let's welcome her and take a minute or so from her. Then we will go to Lata, and Lata is a part of a team. So Lata is the one who encouraged Aditi and Navgil to come on and others to come on so that we can build a community. Nilanjana, global namaste. And how do you empower children through your singing and dancing? Over to you.
Global namaste, Neilji. Global namaste, everyone. Lovely ladies, wonderful, whatever you've said. But as my husband always says, I'm the odd one out. for some really bizarre reason, I don't like the term women empowerment. The reason, we women don't need to be empowered. We are empowered already. That's how we are born. We are the only creatures who can create another human, another human being. So I don't so this hashtag of women empowerment and kind of bringing this, making this a marketing thing or a thing of a hashtag or flowers or a day, Women's Day. I just think we are much more than that. We are beyond that. So women empowerment, this word cannot keep us in that little box. We are much beyond that. And when it comes to working with children, this is exactly what I say to them. You don't need a special tag. You don't need a special day. You don't need a special something to celebrate. Women can be celebrated. We don't have men empowerment. So why do we have a women empowerment? So we need to be treated exactly the same way. We don't need to be empowered. We are not an object. So my take on this is, we are very, in my job, the kind of, I'm a social housing officer and at my local council, and I'm the only female because that kind of role is usually taken up by males. And when I went to interview, everybody had questions because there's quite a lot of rough people who come to you, people antisocials who are not, so not the nice kind of people in the society. So you've got to deal with them. And they all said, I said, I don't need I'm not going to go and physically fight with them. That's not, what I feel is putting my point across. I should be able to put my point across with what I say, the way I look, what I say, what I talk, and that's it. I shouldn't be, which is why I've always been against hitting or children, say hitting children or being physical, because you don't need to. You need to be able to reach to the heart of the other person with what you say, with what you think, with what you project, what you bring to the table. So I just think women empowerment, one Women's Day, this hashtag, we don't need this. We are much bigger, we are much better than this hashtag.
Thank you, Nilanjana. She resonates with what I say, that the women are at least equal to men, but I say a touch better because they create human beings. So let's have that confidence, Nilanjana. We take it on board. Be part of this group which can help children and women either in stress or helping them uplift their empowerment, like how you have identified. And in a methodical way, we've got an associate professor here from Kingston University too. She's going to be part of Mental Health Day as well, and in the women's self-care. So on the 17th of March, let us bring at least bit of this self-care. And at this point, maybe Amrita, if we can tell people about our future episodes that are coming at Healing Our Earth, and then we carry on. And Aditi, keep one song ready. We have a bit of a break, and then we formulate our plans, how we can go further from here. So Amrita, let us tell people about our future episodes at Healing Our Earth. And here goes for next week.
So next week, we are having World Kidney Day, healthy life, promoting health through awareness on kidney. That is on 10th of March, 2024, 2 p.m. GMT, with the help of SAHA, South Asian Health Action, as well as Organ Donation Foundation, India.
So at Healing Our Earth, what we've decided is to take this, what we call Heal Thy Life, which also happens to be Healthy Life. And we are going to bring series of episodes where people can actually either be associated with it or have had a problem or bring in experts who can help other. Let's move on. And after that,
The following week, that is the 17th of March 2024, we are having this glorious episode of Women's Self-Care. And for the healthy life of women, as well as how much they need to take care about themselves in many facets, maybe mental health, sexual health, physical health. And we'll be having some experts who will be telling us how to groom ourselves more better, because I think that's very important. Most of the cosmetics that are being used is by women. And so what will be wise and better and how we can best take care of ourselves, we'll be talking about that in this episode.
so from today's episode of Empowering Women, Empowering Community, we move on to 17th of March with Women's Self-Care with Healthy Women, Happy Communities. Keep the women healthy and the community can become happier too. We move from there.
24th of March 2024, we are celebrating Ayurveda Day with Ayurveda for One Health, everyone and every day. Healthy life, healthy life. So, what all tips we can give to people, how we can follow Ayurveda, what Ayurveda can help us, and in what way we can make it much more better. And a part of our life will be watched on 24th of March 2024. 31st March 2024, we are having integrated health episode, transforming healthcare. And again, with this episode, we'll be bringing up different facets of health and different health experts who are in diverse fields of health. Will be talking and interacting and sharing their views and giving us wonderful tips of sustaining and living a healthy life through an integrated approach. Yay! The 7th of April, it's the 4th anniversary of Healing Our Earth. So let's celebrate together and sing and dance and chant and deliver messages. And you all are welcome for celebrating and bring as many people as you can on 7th of April for the celebration of the 4th anniversary at Healing Our Earth.
And we would like everybody to join because during pandemic, it was just for 3-4 sessions to help people. And then ever since from there, we will have reached more than 240 episodes, helping so many people and creating a database of more than 400,000 contributors. So come and tell us how Healing Our Earth has made difference. You can sing, you can chant, deliver your poetry, or just a message, or do anything you like that can help humanity for love, unity, peace, and harmony.
Fourteenth of April, Ram Navami special. As we all have recently welcomed Ram Lala at Ayodhya Dham, it's time to celebrate Ram Navami with spiritual songs, bhajans, kirtans, and we can chant up together and celebrate Ram Navami.
Superb. And for the next episode, we have our kitchen episode producer here who will tell us why it is going to be different. And we move to that, and we are going for a vegan and vegetarian kitchen. Seema, why is this going to be different?
Okay, so I think it's going to be a very exciting episode. We have Chef Daksha joining us on board, and she's very aware with health and wellness, and she cooks beautifully, presents wonderfully. I'm based here in Nairobi, Kenya, currently. I just flew in a couple of days ago. For those of you who may not know, this is my country. Like our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, and our technical director, Mr. Nishit Kotak, we were all born in Kenya. So what we want to bring to the table is the indigenous produce of Kenya. staples like the maize and cassava and raw bananas, and really show everyone what a diverse range of food cuisines can be created from the simple dishes, from the simple produce that we have, that very much of it which is organic. So, for example, I'll give you a little something I'm still thinking about. I lived in Asia for 20 years, and I love Asian cuisine, but I'm thinking of combining the staples, the Kenyan staples like cassava and maize, into the Asian recipes, into the Asian bases, and perhaps having something fusion where Africa and Asia marry. Yeah, I ran a private supper club from 2007 to 2011 in Hong Kong, and it was known as Africa to Asia, a culinary safari that journeys between two continents. It was my story on a plate. So basically, what we'll be bringing you is my story on a plate, and of course, with the added benefits and welcome benefits and all the color and the heavenly fragrances that Chef Daksha has to offer. So do be with us on that occasion, because I think it's going to be very exciting and very
Thank you.
different.
Thank you, Seema. And of course, your mother was an expert author on cooking, so we'll bring some tips there. We are also going to have our Dr. Amrita and Riddhi Vyas. We'll talk about sattvic food and Ayurveda's role. So there'll be chit chat, there'll be recipes being shown, live cooking in front of you. Let's bring the fun and bring happiness through gastronomy. And now let's move on. And what we are going to do, we go further. We have agreed to create a bigger forum. We already have a forum, a bigger forum, larger forum, a forum that will also help individuals, a forum who will identify how the women can be more inclusive, how we can enhance the community and a happy community through women, because they have all the potential of empowering community. Dr. Kailash Parekh, you haven't had a chance. You said what you want, what you feel about it. So you like the idea of a forum, and you think we can build on it?
Absolutely. I think it's an excellent initiative. Like I said, women need each other. We need to support each other. And what best, platform to come together with, women coming together to support each other. So yes, I'm in for it.
Super. And Alexandra, maybe some point next year, you can plan maybe a retreat in Croatia where women come together in that beautiful country, and let's start involving media in a positive way. Like Nilanjana said, we don't have to go out of our way to grant equality, because we know that we are equal. I as a man, I believe in it, because that's 70% now of healing our earth is supported by women. So there is a proof, and they are not only good at hosting and producing, but they're also very good at creating contents. They are good at talking. They're very generally calm, and they're multitaskers. Well, why not? Some of you who have been mother, you know exactly the power you have got, because you create human beings that can walk, talk, sing, dance, eat, chit chat, laugh, joke, have sad moments, have beautiful moments. So it'll be very beautiful. So Alexandra, stay around. We are still going to carry on. Aditi, put your hand up if you are ready with a song. Then yes, okay. So we are now going to go and listen to a song. Then we go further as to what we want. Aditi, let's have your song, and then we're going to go to Bindu, Nora, Navgil as well. Lata, you will have a quick set too. So Aditi, let's listen to one song before we carry on. And over to you. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and a global namaste to everybody. Women tend to put themselves on the back burner, and they forget that they're mothers. So this is a song for a mother, and I hope you enjoy it.
भूल गया माँ का प्यार मगर तेरी माँ नहीं भूली बचपन में दिया जो दुलार बचपन में दिया जो दुलार वो तेरी माँ नहीं भूली तू भूल गया माँ का प्यार मगर तेरी माँ नहीं भूली कितने ही कष्ट को सहकर इस दुनिया में लाया तुझको अच्छी बुरी जग की सब बातें माने ही सिखलाई तुमको तुझको जो दिया था दुलार तुझको जो दिया था दुलार वो तेरी माँ नहीं भूली बचपन में दिया जो दुलार बचपन में दिया जो दुलार वो तेरी माँ नहीं भूली तू भूल गया माँ का प्यार मगर तेरी माँ नहीं भूली
Beautiful, Aditi. How very appropriate that we remember the times when we were babies and youth, and mother is a very special person in everybody's life, whether you are a woman or a man. A mother is very special to everybody, and it's
And
beautiful.
that's what women is. And that's why we need to remind that to the women, because they keep forgetting. That's why Women's Day is there. That's why the Empowerment Day is there.
And more importantly, Aditi, not just the women, the men need to know too, because if we can educate the men, the value of women, they are not just housekeepers, they are actually the role models for the community. And let's welcome at this point in Egypt, one of our regular contributors and a resident panelist as well. Let's welcome Dipti Kataria. Dipti, your views of inclusivity of women empowerment, and do you feel we are positively improving on the earth and women are being recognized? Over to you, Dipti.
Global namaste to everybody. Thank you so much for having me over, and it was wonderful being here after quite a long time though, but happy Women's Day to everybody. Yes, Neil, I totally agree. This day has to be celebrated. And definitely we are moving towards where we want to reach. But I believe that it needs little more kind of a, acceleration. Being a physicist, I would say it requires little more speeding up, because there are still quite many areas where, the ones who are here on the panel or listening to us, most of us are pretty privileged people, who got the basic, basic needs fulfilled without any hurdles in life. But if you're talking about the global view of women, I was just going through a few surveys. It's pretty heartbreaking to note there are few countries, not just few countries, most of the countries where there are many places women still needs to work hard to prove themselves at those points. But yes, we are moving, and this is a good thing. Once the movement starts, definitely, I'm sure we will reach there sometime soon.
Thank you, Dipti. And for those who don't know, Dipti herself is an exceptional woman. She gets involved in many facets of episodes at Healing Our Earth, and does a very good community work in Egypt, which is not very easy country to do, but she manages very successfully. And Dipti, while you were away, all the women over here on the Zoom have decided to create a forum to help women even further, and also to the people who are out there who may need help either to uplift themselves and or mental stress or career progress. So each women are going to just help each other within the group, but also audiences outside this group, because they are on a social media, they are connected to us. So let's have a quick comment from Lata, and then we move on to creating our forum here. Lata, who is a team member. Lata, your quick comment on what do you feel about women empowerment? Over to you, Lata.
Global Namaste on this wonderful day of pausing and stopping to reflect on what women have achieved in life. Yes, the population now is 8 billion from 2 billion when I came to this country. So we've done a great job, haven't we, really, in filling the earth up. But yes, let's not forget our fathers and our brothers and our teachers, our male guys who pushed us to go forward and give us these wonderful opportunities, to all the women that have been blessed. In spite of all the difficulties, we will have those financial, emotional, spiritual. But you know, when we fall, it's the spiritual thing that picks us up. And we keep going, and we look back and we think, how did we get through it? And it was only because of the divine strength that is within all of us. And we need to celebrate that. We mustn't forget that life will send us all the challenges, but we still have to keep going. And we have to support each other. And we're all mature in some field. Our experiences are there, and we can share them and make this wonderful community that Neil's got this wonderful vision, which is a real blessing for us all here. So why don't we pick up our flag and just go forward? But we need our men with us because these are the guys who really will bring that community of making it easier and fairer for the women. The
Thank you,
equality
Lata.
we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you, Lata. We'll be with you back again. So Lata says that, yes, we need to unite. Let's go forth and multiply. Let's expand onto our panel and forum. So the forum is not just so that you chit-chat and appreciate each other. Create a forum where we can lead into parliamentarians, school and education, community and societies. If we can create a nice blue and white paper, we can move ahead and actually make difference in the society. And we've got a Kwame Jem here. I think he might have a men's perspective over there. Kwame, unmute yourself and we'll go to Dipti, who wants to talk about women in media. Kwame, how are you? Where are you from?
I'm from London, but I'm in Barbados at the moment.
Wow, it's sunny Barbados and all the way
It's
from
sunny.
London. And how do you think we can educate men so that women don't have to fight to be empowered? They naturally are at the least equal part of human race, or maybe, as I say, a touch ahead of men. Your thoughts on it,
Yeah.
Kwame?
Okay. For starters, I don't believe in equality. I believe that women need to be held in a higher gender esteem. And getting there is by I don't know. I'm working on it. I create art to inspire women to love themselves more, to inspire men to love themselves more, to inspire the divine feminine energy to rise. Yeah, I don't have solutions, but yeah.
Thank you, Kwame. All the way from Barbados, you took time and you are encouraging and you agree with me that women are slightly ahead of us. So all you women
Definitely.
out there, we love you. You are there to improve the community and make the community happy. It's so beautiful. Let's listen to a couple of minutes from Dipti, who wants to talk particularly about women in media. Dipti, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just being on a platform where the social media is so uplifting and we are all on social media currently. Along with that, when it comes to media, we have quite many female workforce there. But, I feel still women, as a woman, I feel we are still hesitant when we are asked to give our opinion, we are not that frequent or we are not that comfortable with giving our opinions. We would rather prefer giving opinions in such a way, okay, I can give you a good name who can talk about it. But the public discourses like media, news, or information, conferences like this one really help to set the public agenda. They help to determine what policies and priorities gets funded, what decisions get made, as Neil Kumar just made it, like we should come together and work for a certain good reason. So these are the platform where decisions are getting made, what programs gets implemented. And so women voices and those who are in the media really have, an opportunity to make a significant difference. I'll just give you a small example. Vidis Vinbigoti was a female president of Iceland for 16 years, and the entire generation of kids grew up only knowing about a female president. And after retirement, once she was watching TV with her grandson, where they were profiling the candidates who would be running to succeed her, and her grandson said, "How can they be president? They are men." And this is what visible female role model do, is what women leadership and contribution. It's not just conceivable or inevitable, it's, I think our role today here is to encourage all the women to come to the microphone. And, if we wouldn't have come on microphone, we wouldn't have got the maternity leave, we didn't get the sexual assault laws without speaking up, without bringing the table. Once US Senator Elizabeth Warren said, if you are not at the table, you may be on the menu. So currently, a lot of women or a lot of people are talking about feminist approach is a very wrong approach. It's a very negative approach, but I feel it has to be taken in that way. The feminism is not it's not something taken as a, what do you call it? It's not something you should be taking as a pejorative. It's time to change, a meaningful change. And we are not here, I feel everybody, along with all the male members, with all due respect with all the male members, because you are our counterparts. And without having any disrespect, women has to come forward without being snuffing out to their talk, without being snuffing out to their statements. I think this is the time, I feel the day we will stop celebrating Women's Day, that will be the year I feel we are all looking forward. We do not need to celebrate a particular day for women's. This is how I see personally. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful there. And you got your own perspective of what we should be. Media women are very also important because they can help make decision. Dr. Amrita, let's go back to you. And what a wonderful team we have got. So let's create that forum. Let's make difference. Let us make sure that even men are educated. We are going to go into the next round. We are going to move to India with different countries where our Rotarian Lal Goyal will be here very soon. And we got various guests from the beautiful country called India, which is named Bharat as from now. So, Dr. Amrita, your thought of what we have discovered so far?
Thank you, Neil Kumar. It has been wonderful to know about the different perspective of all the women who are at a level where we can see the world at and help people to hold hands to make it a better one, actually. And therefore, it is a wonderful initiative, and it will grow more and will become more better. And I think it's a very important need of an hour as well for changing the societies and giving it a holistic platform, not only in relation to an individual, but in the terms of humanity for empowering them. So it's really a wonderful thing. Thank you.
That's beautiful. So if you can set up a forum, invite all the people over here. Those who Amrita may not have a contact of, please deliver your contact on the chat box over here so we can all get together. We have agreed that we will form a forum and a group where we will make sure that we help humanity and community even better together, and not just appreciate each other, but also educate men in the process and create a forum where we can help individuals whenever they are in turmoil or in a problem. So that will be beautiful. And shortly we will be going to Rotarian Lal Goel in Bharat, who is our host and a resident. He's a resident senior host here who has got a lot of experience and is a man. He has his own idea what he feels that women should be over here. So let's welcome him. If you can mute yourself wherever you are, let's go to Amrita.
Yes, it's time to welcome Lal Goel ji, Neil Kumar, and then we have the panel of our guests. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste.
Rotarian Lal Goel. I would like to tell our viewers, Lal Goel ji is a founder and chartered president of Rotary Club Organ Donation International, and he has been our regular resident contributor as well as a senior guest. So Lal Goelji, you have been working a lot with organ donation. You have been working a lot from the side of Rotary Club in this platform, talking about different issues related with health, related with empowerment, related with human values. What are your thoughts about women on International Women's Day, and what message you have before we take over to the guests? Okay.
Global Namaste to all, and thank you very much, Dr. Amrita, as well as my thanks to Mr. Neil Kumar and the entire team of Healing Our Earth for providing me this very, very important platform to express my views as well as the views of those who matters in different topics, which are the topics Mr. Neil Kumar and his team is keeping for. And today it's a very, very special program, because we are putting it for the International Women's Day special. And the topic today is the empowering women, empowering humanity. But as Amrita asked me about the organ donation that if you are doing it, what are your views about the women? I would like to say lots of empowerment is required. I will just give two datas, one of UK and one of India. In UK, the living donors, women, are 55% and living recipients are 40%. It means only 40% are getting the organs by someone of others, and in the living conditions, not after the brain death, but they are donating 55%. While in India, the situation is quite grim. Here, the recipients are only 19%, and the donors are 80%. So here, the women are donating. So we have to empower them. This is what, as far as organ donation is concerned, thing. Now, when we talk about International Women's Day falls annually on March 8th. It is a global event that celebrates women's achievements, struggles, and their rights to gender equality. This day is also dedicated to celebrating a woman in general who plays several roles and stands tall in the face of discrimination and gender inequality. It is a day that honors women globally. This year, International Women's Day will be centered around the theme Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, whereas the campaign theme is Inspire Inclusion. The aim of the specific theme is to inspire people and understand the value of including women. This powerful slogan encourages collective action and investment in women, highlighting it as a human rights issue and emphasizing the urgency to accelerate progress. And as our topic today is empowering women, empowering humanity, which is a very, very powerful thing, because if we empower a woman, definitely the humanity is going to empower. And today we have a very, very, I must say, highly empowered women panel with me. So I will start with my first panelist guest. If I can see all my panelists on my screen, Amrita, or shall I start with this? So first, before I will just say one thing. She is not a creation, she is a creator. So this is the condition of women. One should understand the woman is a creator, not a creation. So I would like to invite my first panelist guest, which I can see is Dr. Urvashi Mittal. Dr. Urvashi Mittal is the district chairman in Innerville, District 301, 2023-24. Innerville is world's largest women voluntary service organization working in more than 100 countries. India has 27 Innerville districts and Delhi falls under District 301. She has been elected for the post of Association Secretary 24-25. Born and brought up at Ghaziabad, she did management from BITS Pilani in 1986, CFA, Chartered Financial Analyst in 1990 with silver medal. Recently, honorary doctorate has been conferred on her by University of California for her distinguished social services. She is also associated with a number of other social organizations, FLO, Divya Chaya Trust, Raj Kala Kendra, Young Women Association, Beti Foundation, and ICMEI, ICHR, etc. The Innerville has obtained an FSSAI food grade certificate, making it an official brand. Pickle are now being produced under Innerville Kutir Udyog through her dedicated efforts. She received many awards for social service within Innerville, like Outstanding President and Brand Ambassador, etc., and outside Innerville too, like Best Women's Social Icon, Atal Samman, Delhi Ratan, Women Icon Global Award, Exceptional Women of Excellence, Nari Gaurav Samman, Women of the Year, Dionyso United Award, Dr. Sarojini Naidu Award, Honda Superstar Award, etc. Her passion for promoting the mantra of reduce, reuse, recycle to safeguard our environment and for sustainability is exemplified through initiatives such as tackling water and plastic polythene menace. She is called Flask Lady by media for her initiative to carry steel water flasks to reduce usage of plastic bottles. She frequently appears on mainstream social media. She also appeared on my shows many times called Media Conference with Lal Goyal. She believes in create and nurture happiness always. Welcome, Dr. Urvashi Mittal, on this very, very important show. As people were asking me now, this is a different platform. Yes, it's a global platform provided by the Healing Our Earth team. The main person, the main brain behind this, Mr. Neil Kumar and his dedicated team, who is working day and night. Every Sunday, they are doing a show for 4 to 5 hours on different topics. So today's topic, as you know, that is a empowering women, empowering humanity. Dr. Urvashi Mittal, please.
Warm Innerville greetings, Lal sir, Neil Kumar sir, and all my fellow panelists. Thank you, sir, for introducing me so well. I would like to start with 4 lines. In the fabric of history and time, women stand tall. Their strength and resilience echoing through all. From ancient tales to modern strife, their voices ring clear, shaping life. Sir, as you said, I belong to Innerville, which is world's largest women voluntary service organization. service organization to give back to society. So I like to analyze every topic from that angle. That too, when we talk of women empowerment, and I'm a woman and I'm a woman myself, I like to talk about it from that angle. But before I go further, I'll like to start by saying women has man in it, female has male in it, she has he in it, suggesting that women are the larger partner in society, also called better halves after wedding. So it's worth noting that in this male dominated society, women had no hand in choosing their name. So this raises the burning question: how can a society achieve balanced growth while suppressing its larger partner? Having said that, sir, I will only like to say one thing. By virtue of belonging to inner wheel, we go to every society, every colony, the haves and have-nots, and I have realized that empowerment is a state of mind. It's different for different people. The way you should wear the dresses which suit you for different occasions, the food that you would want to eat and you should eat on different days for different age groups, the same way empowerment is different. I think these days everyone takes empowerment to be as financial empowerment. And trust me, even the women who are born in good families, all well settled, and everything is going great by the grace of God for them, I can see this dissatisfaction even in them because they want to be financially empowered in the name of empowerment. So I'm here to counter that mindset. There are so many kinds of empowerment: physical, financial, educational, spiritual. So first of all, one should just make a good guess first what empowerment they actually need. Because what is empowerment? This is the quality of enabling any individual to make their own decision. That is empowerment. I understand if the society is treated like a vehicle, then both the tires should be equal, both the partners should be balanced. Someone just said, well, when I was hearing that they do not want, it was a male saying, they do not think women should be equal, they should be larger. I believe in equality. That's what we all are here for. But what sort of equality? Sir, I believe where you are born, what you are born with, whether you are a normal person or a specially abled, you are born in the family of haves or have nots. That is not your choice. You are born like that. But what you can do is you can have that satisfaction in your life. Thank you for giving me this global platform. All I want to say is it is a state of mind. Just think of a hypothetical situation with a lady where she has very little money to herself and she has so many problems coming to her in her daily life. So what should she do? Should she only crib about that she is not an empowered lady or the life is like a hell for her, or despite her putting in all efforts, she is not able to make it to a higher place in terms of education or in terms of financial means or in terms of looking good or in terms of getting access to more clothes. But what she can definitely do is she can bring that satisfaction into her mind. How can she do that? She can go and sit with others and she can distribute happiness. She can sit with them, and if someone cribs about life, she can say, I understand this happens, but we can still be happy. What I'm saying, sir, is it's all in the mind. So you should learn to be happy. And again, these days I do not like female organizations talking about empowerment and emphasizing on females leaving their husbands. It's all about love. If she cares enough to love her husband, which by the standards of other women organization tortures her, but she loves him, should she be pressurized into divorcing him? That's her choice. That is women empowerment. If she wants not to leave him, the women organization, so-called working for liberation of women, must leave it to her. They should make her feel good and they should just tell her, we are here. If you think you need us, come and approach us. But I've seen so many women leaders, they go down to those juggi jhopdi colonies and they put in more dissatisfaction into those women who are happily settled in their lives. Just, I think none of us are satisfied. If we sit on a round table and if we discuss with others, I'm sure we will have so many dissatisfactions or not or abnormalities in our life. But what we can do, we can be happy in our own surroundings with our own circumstances. So first of all, in this age of survival of the fittest, in this blind rat race for power, for money, the hunger for such things. What one can do is be happy at the least. I can be talking endlessly about empowerment, but through your platform, I would like to tell all the esteemed audience and the fellow panelists that this is my request. I urge them all to be happy, because this is the biggest empowerment, to be content. And again, you have to keep on working. We all have heard about the power of manifestation, but just by sitting at one place and just by thinking, we can't manifest. It has to be coupled with our actions. So I'm not saying, I'm not denying that our actions do not get us better places, but again, doing it with a sense of dissatisfaction or just grudging, and then unnecessarily having that competition with someone else. I would request and urge everyone through your platform not to eye someone else's plate. Like, I have always been taught by my parents to draw a bigger line instead of trying to rub other line to make it short, or to tell others that you are standing out. So this feeling of competition should be curbed. That is real empowerment. And to feel happy, sir, I will tell you one more thing. In this age of survival of the fittest, everyone wants to study to the to wherever one can, and become a be a graduate, postgraduate, loaded with degrees. But what I think, instead of telling everyone that they will achieve the highest position in world and they will get this accolades and laurels by everyone, if they have so many degrees to everyone, if we just tell them this is not about degrees, this is about being a good human being, that is your empowerment. Whatever you can do, wherever you are, just add to the satisfaction of others. Be a person who just brings happiness. Be a positive person. And whatever you talk about, I don't know if the time permits or not. If I have 2 minutes to myself, I like to tell a small story. If I not, I like to cut short, as it's a global. I can see you are nodding, so I'll just take 2 minutes, because here we have so many participants from other countries also. Friends,
Yes.
long back in India, there was a king. So there, one of the astrologers walked into the court. The king showed him his hand. He looked at his hand. The astrologer looked at his hand. It's called palmistry. And he said, all your family members will die in front of your eyes. The king got very angry. He said, how could you talk like that? And he threw him behind bars. This astrologer was a real celebrity in its field, in his field. He was really, really a learned one. Then he sent a message to his wife. That wife literally cried, and he went to the second man of the king, who had that influencing power over the king. She said, whatever my husband told, that is true. No one in the world can change that. But he's been thrown behind bars for for speaking truth. Please save him. He said, okay. The next day, he disguised himself as an astrologer, and he went to the king. The king was fond of showing his hand. He did the same thing. He showed his hand to this astrologer also, who was his friend. Then he said, you will have the longer life in your family. The king felt so happy. He took out the pearl necklace he was wearing in his neck and gave it to him. He said the same thing, but the words he chose had the positive effect. So I want to urge everyone through this platform, when we talk of empowerment, we must remember that the conditions can vary for different people, and to be telling them and to be giving them the same definition of empowerment is not right. We have to see what one needs, whether they need spiritual, financial, educational. They should just be happy, be content person, and that's what they should spread in society. I had written so much, but as the time is done, I will just like to end up by 2 lines. In women's empowerment, humanity finds its grace. Together we rise in inclusion's embrace. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Urvashi Mittal. And as your profile says, you always want to distribute, I must say, the happiness to everyone, and you want everyone should be happy. And this is a one way to see whether the glass is half full or half empty. And you have shown that how we have to see. So that is a very positive, I must say, the opening for this particular segment of the program. So thank you very much, Dr. Urvashi Mittal, for giving your views. Now I would like to go to my next panelist guest, and she is Dr. N.M. Nigam. Dr. N.M. Nigam is PhD English, PG in Mass Communication and Journalism. She is the past district chairman in Erbil District 311. She was trained in the use of technology in college administration at MANUU, Hyderabad. She was the former Dean of Arts, CSJMU, Kanpur. She is the retired principal of PVG College, Kanpur. She prepared minimum common syllabus for UP universities as convener board of studies, CSJMU. She was the founder and head department of English. Her 5 books published by Macmillan. She did 1 translation in English on the integral philosophy of Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay. She did 3 postdoctoral research with UGC grants. She won several awards such as Vidya Saraswati Samman, Kanpur Ratna, Nari Ratna. She was awarded by Ministry of Women and Child Welfare UP. She was involved in organ donation campaign and support environment campaign as chair in Rotary International District 3110. She worked for literacy as district literacy committee chair in Innerville as well as in Rotary District 3110. Welcome, Professor Dr. N.M. Nigam on our show. Professor Nigam, this is a global platform, far bigger than earlier programs which I used to do. But here, and it is courtesy Mr. Neil Kumar and his team to bring this program every Sunday, online program, free of charge, so that the people will understand. Can you please put Dr. Nigam on the screen so that I can go ahead with him, with her.
Thank you.
Amrita.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal. I don't think.
No, she's there. She has put her name as Naveen Mohini. She's there. I can see on the screen. If
you could request them to put their real name so we can identify.
Okay.
Over to you.
Yeah. Rotarian Naveen Mohini, please. Yes. Now, please unmute yourself. Please unmute Rotarian. Yes. And before you will start, I will just say one thing, and that is, all women are working women. Only a few are selling. Over to you, Professor Dr. Naveen Mohini, please.
Thank you so much, Rotarian Mr. Lal, for inviting me here and giving me an exposure to this global platform. Of course, I have been with them for the past half an hour, and I was enjoying their comments there. So a very happy Women's Day to all panelists here and to all participants here on this platform. It's real pleasure to be here, and I should appreciate Urvashi also, who presented the views in her own way. So we are here as a woman, we are here as empowered women, and women do not need to be empowered because they are themselves quite courageous and quite empowered. The blessing of God that is with them for the creation, that is unparalleled with any other person in this universe. So I congratulate all of you for coming up on this platform, and I will also start with a small line that when we talk of feminism, feminism isn't about making women strong because women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives that strength. So there lies the cause, how society looks up to us, what is the attitude of society towards women. Now, when we talk about the attitude of society, then we realize that picture is not the same everywhere. It may be different with different people, but it may be different in different circumstances and in different global scenarios. All pictures have 2 facets, and here also we have a picture that has got 2 facets. But so far as today's topic is concerned, empowered women, empowered humanity. There's no doubt that women contribute a lot to the development of society, to the empowerment of her own family. And when she is educated and strong, she can do a lot for social development also, for national development also. And different kinds of progress parameters that are there in society, woman conforms to them and comes up as a big help, not only to her women, to her sisters, but to the whole humanity. The first step of humanity that she takes, it is by giving birth to a child, bringing him up, nursing him up, nourishing him up, nursing him up, educating him and telling the child all the requirements of the world to stand up as a gentleman, if a boy, or as a gentle lady. So she forms, she creates, and on all levels, she works pretty hard. For that, she is competent enough, whether she is educated or not, but she is competent enough to come up with the formation of humanity. Now, if she is educated, so far as the topic is concerned, if she is educated, certainly it has been said that a man, educated man, will educate his family, but an educated woman will enlighten not only one family, but two families, and with the expanded vision of her, she can spread this enlightenment in society as well. So that she plays an important role, and she will continue to play an important role since times immemorial she had been doing, and she will continue that. But here, there are two topics also. One is inclusion, inspire inclusion. So inspire inclusion, here I have a point that we talk of an egalitarian society where everybody is equal. Now, inclusion means they are not included. When there are problems of gender, race, color, caste. And this other side of the picture is that differences and discriminations on the basis of caste, on the basis of color, on the basis of community, on the basis of race, they are still prevalent in certain parts of the world. Another part, side of the picture is that due to wars and due to various, stereotypes of traditions and social customs, she is subjected to various kinds of tortures or victimization. When we talk of women empowerment, we have to talk and we have to think about those women also who are subjugated, who are victimized. Holistic empowerment of women is possible when each and every woman is empowered, each and every woman has a choice to make, each and every woman is satisfied with her life, and she makes choices and participates freely in the in society and in politics. When she gets leadership roles and explores the potential that is there in her heart, then the whole world can call women empowered women. So that is one of my points. And when we talk, one more point I want to raise here when we are talking on women empowerment, that what about those women who are war victims? What about those women who are, lashed in public just for not wearing some veil on their faces? What about those women? They are also women, and they also want to do something. They also want to breathe free. So these are, some of the observations that I had been doing while I was looking in the global scenario. No, with no fault of theirs, they are victimized. But when I come down to other part of the story, then that part of the story is very bright, because most of the women, we said they're icons. They are the icons in society, and these women are working not. They are establishing that women in no way are inferior to men. Rather, they are coming up with the whole power, with the focus, and with the innovative capacities to prove themselves. Like I can take the name of this lady who spearheaded Chandrayaan-3, Ritu Karidal. She is one. She is also a lady, and she stands tall with her power, with her intellect, and with her innovative capacities, with that extraordinary focus with which Chandrayaan-3 was launched, and she worked for it. Various women can be cited who are icons, who are beacons of light for for every woman to look up to and think that they are not weak, they can also do that. So one successful step leads to other successful steps. So they may be the ladies we can call, Kiran Majumdar, Roshi Nadar, Aruna Jayanti. They are leading various big groups and making name globally. So what I mean to say here, that those women who are looking up to them but are not getting facilities, they are not getting opportunities to rise, to get education, to get good health, and to be financially independent. For them, we all have to work hard. We have to lend a helping hand. All empowered women who are there, all glamorous women who are here today, they should come forward to give a helping hand to these ladies who are still lagging behind. We cannot shut our eyes from those places, from those dark areas of women's life where they are unable to exercise their full potential. So my slogan had been always, when even now I am retired, but when I was in college, my slogan was educate, enable, and empower. And there I remember 3 deities of Indian mythology, Saraswati, Lakshmi, and Durga. So Saraswati is for educate the women, help in education, helping them in raising higher and higher intellectually. So there seek the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. Then by enabling them, by giving them skilled education, I seek the blessings of Goddess Lakshmi. So she should empower them so that they can earn something and they can be independent and financially strong. And then I seek the power of Goddess Durga, who is the emblem of Shakti, and woman empowerment looks up to that Shakti where she stands fearless, unscared, on her own power, on her own self, confident, full of self-esteem, but full of love and compassion for humanity.
Thank you very much. Educate, enable, empower, says Professor Dr. Naveen Mohan. Very, very, very good analysis that you have done about the icon as well as those who are the victims. Yes, Minister Neil Kumar, you want to say something?
Thank you, Rotarian Lal. You are doing a wonderful job every time you bring a nice panel of session. I want to ask both Naveen and Urvashi, have they encountered any discrimination and ever found in any position where they feel it's a man's role, have they ever found any discrimination or ever felt provoked and felt a bit bad about it? I want to ask each one of them. So we go to Naveen first.
Yes. We have an example and various examples of domestic violence. That is the biggest curse for a woman. The husband comes home and he starts cursing his wife and he starts beating his wife. Domestic violence is the biggest bane, and at many other places, we found that they will say, no, you are not as powerful as this one, and so that you come next and we'll take this one first. So there had been in our country, I have seen several examples like these, and I think domestic violence is the bane of society, and it should come down to an end. Various social organizations are working for domestic violence, for the dowry deaths. They are still there in our country.
So you've hit a very good point over there, because men, by virtue of their physique, who are slightly generally stronger than women, I think women should use their power of this femininity to actually confront men, not physically, but with their brains and be very firm about themselves. And Naveen, what we have decided to do is create an international forum where not only women will discuss how to help others, but a consumer level can actually approach us and we give them solutions. So stay around. We'll discuss that later. Urvashi, our Dipti Kataria from Egypt, she is our resident panelist, wants to ask you some question. Before she asks you question, what are intimidation you faced from men?
Not exactly intimidation. Of course, yes, in India, I mean, I'll talk about the country. If you take the common transport, then you feel something. But I've been fortunate enough, if I could answer what you previously said, because it's something from my real life. I have a twin brother. So when we grew up, I gave my 12th. After 12th, you are supposed to go to proper universities for your further education. Somehow, despite having top 12th, I somehow could not apply to a good university. And then my father had to decide. He had to decide, because obviously the finances were limited, that for on donation. So he could send only one of the children to that university where for donation they could pursue higher studies. So my brother was chosen, obviously. But trust me, I believe if you have it in you, then you have it. Where there is a will, there is a way. And then I went to a better university the next year where they considered my percentage. So I believe you have to have it in you. We cannot be blaming others that they have it, that they have that in their life and you don't have it. So I believe it is all about having that positive mindset. Trust me, if someone is being tortured, so either you have that power in you, either you raise your voice and tell and ask for help. You don't even want to ask for help. You don't want to tell anyone about your state, and you just feel tortured, you feel disempowered. Then that is not right. You have to choose your option. There are a number of options you have to choose. So this is about empowerment, and this you must inculcate in every woman, that you have the options available. You must give them that strength and confidence to be able to exercise those options. Find the people with the like mindset. At times this also is a good empowerment, that you meet with the ladies who are being tortured the same way. You sit together, you laugh about it, and you come back happy if you can't do anything about improving your situation, because it's just about the state of mind.
This is what I have to do every day. Every day, because seventh quarter is full of noise every night. So I know that, and I just keep on telling also that you have to be a decent person. No wife beating, no domestic violence, but it takes some time to come up.
Thank you, Urvashi. So Urvashi has made a point. So everybody for you to not, don't be afraid. Don't let it go just under the carpet. Find the women who have suffered in similar category as you, and together form a panel and find solutions and find a force that men can be confronted. We are not out to confront every man. We are out to confront the man who actually thinks they are superior over women. Because I always say at Healing Our Earth, because we got 70% women, I believe that women are at the least equal to men or touch better, because they are next to God by giving birth to human race. So empower women, empower humanity. Dipti, you want to ask a couple of questions to Urvashi. Please go ahead.
Global Namaste. Thank you very much, Naveen Mohiniji and Urvashi ji, for your wonderful thoughts. I would just say one line which I agree with Naveen Mohinji's: Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shakti Rupena Sansthetha Namastasya 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 Namo Namah. With Urvashi ji, I have a little disagreement, not with what you say, but how women feel. You have been saying the thoughts, the positivity, the attitude. This is what matters, and this is how we can keep ourselves happy in spite of being in whatever conditions we are, because this is how we should be living. I'm not talking about a particular situation or women only in Bharat, but as a woman, I think the basic of any human need is the education. And it's simply not just about resources, it's about the attitude and the belief that the girls are simply not worthy. I'm definitely not commenting on anything, whatever you have said. This is just as my personal opinion, that this is what has been happening across globe. Many women in African countries or Arab countries or men, they are not allowed to go to schools for simply because they're not worth it. You know, as a woman, I hope we all understand how it is feel to overlooked and underestimated, or, you know, half listened to your idea in a meeting, especially when you are there to lead the meet. At the same time, we talked about the league, you know, domestic, Naveen Mohini ji talked about the domestic violence. We can sense it and we can see it. I'll just finish in a minute. It's totally perfectly legal to, you know, discriminate against women. They are not able to make their decision about their own body. It's okay to do the domestic violence. It's a horrific crime, but we always come out of it saying it's a personal matter, you know. So things like this, unless the woman is educated, they can never understand how it is just to say your word, just to have your say. It's not about always, you know, unfortunately or fortunately, we have been taught to stay happy in all the situation, and I totally agree with that. We should be happy. But if we look at the other side of the table, there are many women's, they are actually in need of help. So instead of, you know, taking away the education and taking away the basic sanctity or basic rights from them, I think without that, it is kind of impossible to move forward and give them the Shakti Rupen or Chaya Rupen or Buddhi Rupen. You talked about Saraswati Ma and everything. So, I mean, we have been unfortunately—
I said in the beginning, ma'am, that educate them first. Educate them first, yeah. Education is the basic requirement.
So, Urvashi, your quick comment, because we need to move on to the other panelists.
Sir, I'm just saying, I never said about taking away the basic rights. I never said that. All I'm saying is a question to you. You think in developed countries or in the educated class, no physical torture takes place? There also takes place. So what I'm saying is it's not about the class, it's not about the education. And of course, I'm not underlining the importance of the efforts. And when you talked about Arab countries, there it's not about, we are not dealing with general public. There it is about the administration, about so-called people who are called terrorists. If they come there and if they man the post, that is totally a different story altogether. We are not talking about that. Of course, it's through social media that we become their voice and we write through. But it is about the entire society, all the female population in general. So I'm just talking about whatever you can do, one thing at a time, you must do. I'm not underlining the importance of those efforts being put. But what I said, that really makes sense, because there are so many kinds of empowerment and everyone cannot have everything. 100% is totally next to impossible. So whatever you have, just make them feel they're empowered, make them feel good about it and give them the options. Of course, you're talking about the ladies who are not educated. We are here and we keep telling them, but to tell them and to pressurize them that we can think the best for you, that is not right. We must enable them to make their own decision, and then we should leave it to them. That is empowerment. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Urvashi. Thank you, Urvashi, for your clarification. This is nice. We are having healthy debate, and that's what we want. We want to create debates where we find solution. Rotarian Lal, let's move on to the next guest, and we'll keep on chatting again later.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, Mr. Neel Kumar. And I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Archana Sharma. Rotarian Archana Sharma is the actress, model, anchor, philanthropist, motivational speaker, peace ambassador, global ambassador for Nelson Mandela. She is the crown Women of Substance, MWI Beauty Pageant USA, Women of Substance, Lemongni Group Italy. She modeled for more than 900 prints and electronic media. She is a trustee of Sidham Cancer Hospital. She was declared top 100 influential women of 2022 by Blissful Queens, London. She was accredited with more than 350 national and international awards for rendering selfless community services. She is woman on mission to eradicate cervical cancer globally. She till date imparted education to more than 2 lakhs plus women residing in rural and urban areas about cervical cancer. One of the 700 personalities in the world to write tribute message to Nelson Mandela in tribute book House of Commons, UK, along with renowned dignitaries such as President Barack Obama, British PM Tony Blair, McCartney, etc. She's honored twice by governors of Maharashtra. She is the brand ambassador of Human Rights and Anti-Corruption Foundation of India. She is the face of more than 900 brands. She is honored by Mumbai Police for her contribution and support to police department. Welcome Rotarian Alisha Sharma on this very, very important show that is a global show which we are doing under the Healing Our Earth. And as you know very well, because you have been associated with this group earlier also, you came on as a panelist earlier also, that this show is going globally. Now, before you will start, and you have heard other earlier panelists also, my point is a bit different, and I'm putting it in somebody who quoted it, who has wrote it. Abla Jeevan, teri yahi kahani, aanchal mein hai doodh aur aankhon mein pani. Rotarian Archana Sharma, please.
Greeting of the day to all the respected dignitaries on the panel, and a heartfelt thank you to the men who have supported women to come on this platform today, which is a true empowerment, because when men support women, actual empowerment starts, because that's the time when society is learning to accept women in her decision making and in her empowerment. Mr. Lal, I've been hearing all the lovely panelists what they're talking about, but I always believe in positivity talks when we are having a panel discussion. Yes, today we are talking women empowerment, but I believe women empowerment starts when a girl child is born. So empowerment should start from the school level, education level, which is taught to each woman and man that woman is and not a symbol of lust. She is not a symbol of crime. She is not a product. She is a symbol of power, and she needs to be respected not because she's a woman, but because she's an individual and has her own identity in this society. The major drawback which I see of women empowerment in all these years of my journey of my earthly life is that we have not accepted women till today as an asset of empowerment to the society, because we still believe that gender equality is not being given to the woman. Even we have reached the moon, our ladies have given a lot of achievements in their careers, but still woman has not been looked upon to that strata which she should be looked upon in this technical age which we are moving towards, a lot of technologies. She has been blessed with a lot of digital platform where she can be a voice, but women do not voice themselves. The biggest drawback is that you have to learn to voice for yourself, because you have the inner power, you have the strength to be vocal about all the issues that you face in society, because this society belongs to men and women. We are both part of this universe, we both part of this human family, and together we make this universe. Woman is known as a life giver to this universe. She's the creator of the universe, and it's the duty of every individual that we respect women, not only because she's a woman, but because she's a woman of substance. Another drawback I see in women empowerment is that we do not allow her to be a decision maker in any of the field, whether it's social, economical, financial, home affairs, everything. It's only the men, men, men. But when you give the woman the platform to be vocal in all the sectors of society, it's not only the development of the nation that will take place, but also individual development will be taken place of women also, and the girls who will be empowered to make a new nation for the world. So we women blame each other that we are not given the power, but we do not be the voice for the voiceless woman. It's very important you be the voice for the voiceless woman, especially in the rural areas where 80% of the people are there. Women are residing in rural areas. We do not lend a helping hand in rural areas. We are more focused on to the educated part of the woman. We are more focused on to the urban areas. But the day we lend a helping hands by the government, by the NGOs, to empower our girls in the rural areas, to empower our women in the rural areas, half the battle is won over there. So I would suggest that women should be fearless, women should be strong, women should know how to be vocal when it is needed, and she should have the strength within herself to go and make her way out. Because when you decide, it's your mind tells you, you're able to make your own decision and you're able to make your own careers and your goal, and you decide that you're going to be walking on that path, then I think there's no looking back for any woman, whether she's educated, whether she's uneducated. You just need is your self-motivation. Nobody can motivate you beside your own self. So women, get up, don't lay back, work for your own self, be the voice of yourself, be the strength for yourself. And the day you decide to empower yourself and other women, that's the time when actual change will be seen and women will be empowered. Because when you only empower yourself, you're not empowering the entire woman community. You're just empowering yourself. But take a pledge to empower yourself and to another woman. It could be your domestic servant, it could be your colleague, it could be your anybody. And when you believe that a discrimination happening in society, whether it's a home place, whether it's your workplace, anywhere, it could be harassment, even on the road, you have to walk with pride and respect and teach a message to the men. We are women of this society and we need to be respected and we need to be looked upon with great respect and dignity. But if you keep yourself quiet when somebody is just trying to pull you down, that's when the time you're losing half the battle of women empowerment. So just be strong, be straight-headed, be fearless, and you will see a change not only for yourself, but also for the new nation that we're going to build for our daughters, for the girls today to come up with great pride and respect. They will be looked upon if we make that path for them in this generation. Mr. Goel, I would like to add one quote over here is that, we always say that woman, woman, woman. But I said, woman is not complete without men. So my humble request to men is that join your hands and allow your woman to speak against atrocity crimes. Do not allow her to just close the crime up behind the door and tell her, just keep quiet because there's a society taboo. If we're talking of women slogan, then my slogan for women will be empower women, empower men, and together make the universe a better place to live for both men and women, because without each other, we are empty. So thank you very much, Mr. Goel. You have been a wonderful host, and I
Thank you
feel so
very much.
honored, privileged.
Empower women and empower men, says Rotarian Archana Sharma. Thank you very much for giving your views. I'm sure the global audience, which is the viewers who are watching this show, are definitely getting the views from Bharat or from India, the very, very strong views which are being given by the earlier panelist. Mr. Neil Kumar, you would like to say something, or shall I move for the next?
Thank you. Thank you, Rotarian Lal. Archana, you have won a lot of awards and you are in Mumbai. Mumbai is a very hybrid place where male domination is quite prevalent. Which field do you feel that you have found that is provocative because you are multifaceted? You are into health, beauty pageant, anchoring, showbiz, everything. Which field do you feel that men need to improve so women can be given easy access to minimum equality?
Thank you so much, Neil, sir. You have been a wonderful supporter to me in all my endeavors. The biggest challenge I feel what we women face today, and I face today, is in the corporate world. Whether it is showbiz business, whether it is health sector, whether it's anywhere, women has always been looked upon as a symbol of lust. And to fight that odds, it takes me a long, long journey to come where I am today. But I kept myself very strong-headed, and I did not fall down to any odds of what the men expected me. Though I may not have reached to the extreme celebrity image, but I'm proud that today I am a woman who has walked with the high values, respect, and dignity. So my answer to you is that if corporate sector can look upon women as a symbol of strength, as a symbol of economical growth to the nation and to herself, I think that's where we will really win the battle, whether it be show business, whether it be corporate world, whether it be any other sector of society. That's where we need to ask men to please value women, not because she is a woman for you, just a woman and an object, but value her because she's a woman of identity of her own self and created by another woman who was mother to you also.
Thank you, Archana. And on the screen, we have got from South Mumbai, Bindu Vora, who is a yoga guru and a healer as well. Bindu, do you find, from what Archana is saying, Mumbai, do you find Mumbai's general man attitude is very, very male dominant, and is it provocative? What do you feel, Bindu?
Global Namaste once again. And I have not encountered such kind of situation so much, but I feel it's definitely a male dominated this city is. As far as I have faced a situation that it's very difficult to discriminate that it is what do you say? I'm not getting the word of it, but I don't think so that it's too much of female oriented everywhere, but the males are more dominated over here.
Thank you, Bindu. Stay around, we'll chat to you. Rotarian Lal, as a man, and you, because you know India from different states, at least 6 states where you are very, very prevalent, do you find, I'm talking particularly Mumbai in Maharashtra because it's the Bollywood capital and also the financial capital, do you feel men need to lighten up and understand women more?
Mr. Neil Kumar, I have a different opinion about this. In my opinion, the fault lies with the women. After all, we all were born and given birth by women only. And if our teaching from the childhood is that the boy is superior to the girl, then how we can change the man attitude when he grows up? So similarly, their fault lies, in my opinion, with the women as much as with the man, because the mother and the mother-in-law, you see the difference. Only the difference is that word is added in-law, but the attitude towards the daughter-in-law is totally different than the attitude with the daughter. I'm talking of India and in Mumbai or anywhere. So until unless the education of a child, whether it's a boy or a girl, and they should be told very clearly that they are all equal. There is no difference. As a Rotarian and inner wheel chairman person, Dr. Urvashi said that she could not get the university that which she wanted, but her twin brother got it. So this is happening, and this is not going to be changed easily until unless the women empowerment goes to the mother first. If the mother, whosoever become mother, if she start teaching, then I think the difference will come. Yes.
And Rotarian Lal, let's let the world know that you are speaking from clear, vast experience, because through organ donation, you have found out that women are forced to donate their organ, but a man, being a special species, don't have to donate. So I think Rotarian Lal has made a very good point. So wherever you are as a woman and as a mother, try to treat your sons and daughters at least equally from home. Then slowly and gradually we can force the society to accept as well. Rotarian Lal, let's move on to the next guest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Archana Sharma, as well as Mr. Neil Kumar. And my next guest I would like to invite is Miss Brinda Shine. Miss Brinda Shine is the Dean of IMS Group of Institutions, Kochi. She is the Director of Science Consolidated. She is the PhD Research Scholar. She is URF Asian Record Holder. She is an educationist. She was awarded Icon of India in 2023. She was awarded GMRAF Women Educationist Award, Teacher Excellence Award, ESN Best Teacher Guide Award, etc. She presented papers on mind mapping, infinite possibilities, ability learning versus artificial learning, men and machines, SOS, science of saving, rivalry against rivalry, comparative study on tuition centers, give women the hammer to break the glass ceiling, unfocused to improve focus, farming the first appointed job of mankind. You are worth more than your waistline. Women belong to the kitchen, and so do men, for food has no gender. She holds certifications in ITA member foundation level Cambridge University, INET plus certified from Competia, Microsoft certified professional. She is member of International Association of Educators and Corporate Trainers. She has vast work experience in India, UAE, and China. Welcome, Miss Brinda Shine on our show. And before you will start talking and you know of earlier panelists, what they have spoken, I will just say one thing. Where there is a woman, there is magic. Miss Brinda Shine, please.
Good evening, everyone. So I should say it's a wonderful evening to listen to something, a topic which is always close to my heart. So when we talk about empowerment, when we talk about gender equality, but it's a sad state of affairs. Like I should say that still there are lots of nameless nobodies. There are many women who still exist as nameless nobody, at least as far as I've seen here in this part of the world where I see. And when we talk about inclusion, I wouldn't blame a man, I wouldn't blame a society, but I would blame the parent, especially a mother, a woman. Because when a child is born, there is no gender, like there is no difference that is seen. Boy and girl, both are same, except the anatomy, everything is same. But when during parenting, girl babies are given dolls. That for doll, she is taught to show care, to show compassion, and for a boy, it is a car, race, and competition. So that's how the phase one. That's how it starts. So the difference starts from there. Everywhere, a woman needs a man for a support. If she has to go somewhere, she has to, a brother should accompany or a father. No, it's seen that she is not strong enough to handle herself. If we have to measure someone by strength, the bodybuilders should be ruling the world, because they are the strongest one and they should be praised. And it's not that. Strength is not in body, but that's how it starts. And then it comes to school, everywhere that gender differences still exist. If we say education is empowerment, being in the education industry, I would definitely say it is not. At the moment, education is also used as a tool in the wedding matrimonial industry. So I happened to see one of the parents when she came and met me, like the child, she's a very brilliant kid in the final year, and they are seriously looking for a groom. And the girl is in one of the prominent, it's very difficult to get in a seat in that college. And I was surprised when I asked the mom, like, why is it like you are forcing for a wedding? She has lots to achieve. She has to work. And she said the intention behind enrolling in the college and for the employment is to get a better groom in the market. So it is not the job portals that they are looking for, but the matrimonial side. So now education has become a tool to get a better groom. We see education is to empower women, but again, it is seen in a different dimension. So unless and until the mindset, as I say, the teaching, the grooming has to start from the parenting. When they get married, there should be a class, how a woman has to be treated. Man needs it, same, a woman needs it. Again, when they become a parent, there should be an exam at every stage of life. That's how it has become, because the world is so far, like it's running so fast that people are after different things that they forget to live, they forget to balance, they forget to have gratitude or understand. So when we talk about gender equality is for dur ki baat, it's too far for me. I would say understandability is what is required. Men, if they have a nature call, they can do it at the road, right? There's I think recently there are some, not everywhere in urban, the police, if they see, they stop. Otherwise, the men can attend their nature call. But women, 48% of women are there in India, and 48% of women are expected to go on curfew after 8 or 9 o'clock. A woman is not safe in the road. What kind of empowerment do we have? Yeah, I do believe, like I agree, there is empowerment, there is difference, even there is change happening, but still we are way far behind. We have to be treated equally. What is there in a woman that the difference? Even talking about it has come because still there is a difference. And education is not empowerment. I would say employment is empowerment. A rule should be made how education had been made mandatory. If a child takes up an education, at least 1 or 2 years, the girl should serve, should work somewhere, because employment is what empowers you, not the education. Education is like scoring A grade. It is not giving any exposure in life. So I would say empowerment is not education. That era is over. Employment is education. When we say that sky is the limit, there is fingerprint, like footprints on moon. Women are still not safe in the road. So how can we think about sky and the moon? So I think we are not even, eligible to dream about it. So that's how it is. So at the workplace, I see there are so many capable women who quit their job just because the mother-in-laws do not agree them to work. And one pattern that I have seen is, if the mother-in-law is working, she supports the daughter-in-law to work because she knows the taste of it. But if the mother-in-law is a housewife, again, there is a stop, like she's not allowing. So that is too much, like it's happening at the workplace. So at least from now on, a change that happens in the women, like at least the next generation, after whatever we dream now, maybe after 20 or 50 years after, we can see. So I would say, as a woman, yes, we have come, but still far way behind. Globally also, I at least in India, in Kerala, I see it every day. There is gender discrimination. Women are, still there is glass ceiling. It does exist. Though we shatter, we cut each time, either in the name of, character assassination or accusation. Most of the women, I'm blessed. I wouldn't say that I have, but I'm blessed. But still, I see women getting cut by the glass ceiling. So this is all I have to say. My speech is very short. So empowerment, yeah, in this, during this Women's Day coming up, I wish all the beautiful women stay strong in mind, because the world will keep telling us that we are weak, we do not have the strength, but our mind is definitely strong enough, and we are multitasking already. So let this year be another beautiful year ahead for all the women and for all the men who support our dream to come through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brinda Shine. And as you said, you have given a new view of women empowerment. You say education is not the real women empowerment, rather the employment is the real women empowerment. Yes, I do agree with you to an extent, because educate, but still I have the same point. The education means the first teacher of a child is the mother. And if the mother is not giving a proper education to the child, boy or girl, and if they will tell at that time that, see, you are equal, there is no gender discrimination, then the boy who will grow up, he will not try to do the bosses in the future. But what we are seeing in India, the same mother, the same women empowerment, what we are talking, once they become the mother or the mother-in-law, their attitude always changes. And that is why I say the empowerment requires the mother first, because if she will start teaching the child about the non-discrimination, it will not. Thank you very much, Ms. Brinda Shine, for giving your views. And always you give a very, very strong views. I know that but time is short, so I have to move to my next panelist guest. And I would like to invite
and
my next
Lal, just before we do, Naveen has a question or a comment for Brinda. Over to you, Naveen ji. Just unmute yourself. Global Namaste.
Thank you so much. One thing I would like to hint over here, comment over here, that education is a stepping stone to empowerment, to employment. Without education, you cannot get any kind of employment. And second point is towards Mr. Lal, that these are patriarchal set of minds. When we talk of mother-in-law is not there a woman. She is, favoring patriarchal stereotypes. That is why she is, putting hindrances into the freedom of women. So that is one theory. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So you have endorsed me that the mother-in-law wants go for the son more than the daughter-in-law. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite my next panelist guest, and she is Dr. Namrata Pathak. Dr. Namrata Pathak is MBA in HR and PhD in management in the area of CSR from IIT Dhanbad. She is a certified NLP practitioner and a mindfulness coach, Berkeley. As a soft skill trainer, she has been providing training to school and college students as well as corporate. She has worked as an HR professional in Content, looking after the recruitment vertical. She was into academics for a long duration, teaching in India as well as in the Middle East, after which she moved to full-time training, consulting, and counseling. With a rich experience of 16 plus years in a domain as a trainer, she works on personality and behavior and help people change for better with simple to practice tips. She also provides career counseling advice to young adults. She provides psychological counseling to those in stress and slate in coping with stress. As an author, she has published her first book. The book is available on Amazon. She has published several research articles and also writes blogs on Substack.com, where she suggests tips to make lives easier. Her consulting venture, Kaizen Mantra, aids in mental and spiritual well-being. She is presently based in Muscat, Sultanate of Oman. She is consultant for career counseling, stress management, mindfulness practice, soft skills training, values and ethics training, psychological counseling, overall mental well-being. Welcome, Dr. Namrata Pathak or Namrata Shukla on our show. Now, before you will start, you have heard what our earlier panelists have mentioned, and they are although the theme is same about the women empowerment, but their approach is different. तो कहते हैं कि रास्ते अलग-अलग हैं, मंजिल तो एक है. Now, before you go for that, women are the real architects of society. Dr. Namrata Pathak, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lal Goyal, and for having me here. And it's wonderful to see, such amazing women who are excelling in their different fields. So, and it's good to hear from all of you. And I would begin by saying that all of our viewpoints are based upon the experiences that we have had in our lives. So as Mr. Goyal rightly said, that women are the architects of the society. And that is exactly that I wanted to, my concept was based on something like that. And I begin by quoting from a book by Simone de Beauvoir, The Second Sex, which is about women. And the first chapter, the first line says, one is not born, but rather becomes a woman. No biological, psychological, or economic fate determines the figure that the human female presents in the society. It is the civilization as a whole that produces this creature. So yes, we are not born females, we are made females. And how are we made females? By every time telling that being a female is weakness. Now, as just earlier, and pardon me if I offend someone, I do not intend to, it is just my viewpoint. We are talking about empowerment. Why do we feel that we need empowerment? Because we assume that we are disempowered. And the beginning of empowerment will start just right from there. When we start feeling that we do not need empowerment, we are already empowered. And there is a special charm. I am a feminist. I am a hardcore feminist. And I enjoy my feminism. And that is what I want to convey to all my fellow panelists, that let us all embrace feminism because we are naturally good at it. Why do we want to become like men? I don't understand. And when we are seeking equality, we should stop seeking privileges. As there's a quote, equal rights to all, special privileges to none. So the day we stop seeking special privileges in the name of equality, we'll become equals. What's the harm in enjoying to play with a doll for a girl? I don't understand. Because we women create the value systems in the society. And unless we play with the dolls, we'll not understand what compassion is. Because we naturally have that innate capability to nurture, to bring up a being into wonderful, adults. So once we embrace that nurturing, that compassion, that love within ourselves, we become more empowered. Men cannot do that. Whatsoever they do, men cannot take care of children the way women do. And that's our power. That's not a weakness at all. The day this mindset changes, that why should a woman take care of the child? It's because she is more capable of. And as Mr. Lal Goyal just some time back quoted, Aachal mein doodh, aankhon mein pani. Aachal mein doodh makes her a caregiver, a life giver. Without it, the child won't survive. And aankhon mein pani gives her the compassion that is now being given in different training programs to train leaders. Leaders are now being trained for emotional intelligence, for compassion, for values. And we are naturally born with it. We are born leaders. And we should embrace all these qualities that we are born with. We should embrace our feminism, our body, our feelings, our emotions, the way we are brought up. Of course, our mothers ask us, give us dolls to play. But having a doll, that mindset that having a doll does not make you weak in any way. So let's embrace that strength. Let's embrace that feminism and feel empowered with all the feelings that we have. Let's become leaders and let our girls know and understand that they are strong the way they are. They do not need to change. They do not need to ride a bike or go to a trekking to become strong. They are already strong. And what makes them strong is the value systems that we will pass on to them. As women, the values that we pass on to our next generation, to our children, is what builds the society. More and more we ignore those value systems, we are seeing the fall of the value systems also in the society, because we are not engaging with children. So it's very important, because I also take up emotional intelligence training. I also teach empathy. So it's so important to have those feelings, those emotions, those values. I'm a PhD in corporate social responsibility. And before corporate social responsibility comes individual social responsibility. And as individuals, as individual females, the most important thing that we can do is build a strong value system by passing on the right values to the next generation. And also telling our boys it's okay to be emotional. We pressurize our boys, don't be emotional, boys don't cry, be strong. You can tell this to girls also, be strong even with your emotions. Boys hold on to emotions. Research says that the more emotions we hold on, the more sick we become. That is the reason why most men have more heart diseases than women. So we need to let them also accept that it's okay to be emotional for everyone, not only for females, for everyone. That's how the society, and that's where equality will come. When they feel that it's okay for both of them to be emotional, it's okay for both of them to be strong, it's okay to embrace their bodies, because that's biologically how we are born. I don't know why we want to push this, that I am not what I am. Our self-worth will improve once we accept ourselves as we are, rather than trying to become someone that we are not good at. So with that, I would like to end my conversation. And I think we must all have this motto, equal rights to all, special privileges to none. Like Ms. Deepti had said at the start that I'm waiting for the day when International Women's Day will not be celebrated. That's absolutely right. I completely agree with that. So we don't need any special privilege. We are fine the way we are. So
thank you very much.
I apologize if anyone is offended by what I've said, but as you said, the goal is the same. And as architects of the society, we definitely are the builders, and building requires emotions, values, empathy, and everything that a girl is born with. So
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita Shukla, for giving very, very frank views about the empowerment. And as you rightly said, because it happens in all the houses, they always say to the boy, don't cry like a girl. until unless this where words will not change. Why the girl is only the crying baby? It's not like that. The boy should also cry, and emotions, as you said, is very, very important. So empowerment does not require any certification from any male or anybody. It's the self-empowerment which female or the girl has to do from the very childhood, and they should play. Doll is nothing wrong. This is a very, very different aspect of life you have mentioned. Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita Shukla.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Now I would like to, Mr. Neil, you would like to say something, or shall I move to my next panelist because they are waiting?
Yes, Rotarian Lal, first of all, let's congratulate Dr. Namrata because she's in a zone in the country where male domination is even higher. And what a success she has created down
Sir,
there.
can I interrupt? Can I interrupt?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but it's a myth that it's a male-dominated society in the Arab world. They are highly female-dominated. Everywhere you go at the sales, billing counters, you will find females. I had been teaching here for around 3 years in colleges, and in my class of 40 students, there were 35 females and 5 males.
Wow.
Here, females go out at night, 11 during weekends. A female get-togethers is conducted every now and there around the parks, on the roadside, because it's a beautiful place and very safe. And nobody has the right to even look at these women. They are so empowered. So I think that's a myth about the Arab world that women are disempowered or dominated. Not at all. I think it's safer than India, I would say.
So that's a good news, Dr. Namrata. Then in which case, let us get other countries following the same situ. Then women don't have to claim or wanting to be equal, because we at Healing Our Earth, we believe women at the least are equal to men or slightly ahead of men because they give birth to humanity. So it's even better. Thank you, Dr. Namrata. Over to you, Rotarian Lal, and to the next guest.
Thank you very much, Dr. Namrata, and thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar. Now, my next guest is Miss Khushbu Rivatkar. Miss Khushbu Rivatkar is a IT consultant, actor, model, coach, and a show director. She is the brand ambassador of Pro Cucino Modular Kitchen brand. She is National Excellence Award winner, model of the year 2018. She is Tata Consultancy Service Super Achiever Woman of 2018. She is also winner of Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Memorial Award 2018. She has taken initiatives in social service such as Happy Birthday to Me, Happy Birthday to Us, to celebrate birthday with underprivileged special children. Annadan, let's do our bit to serve food to needy. She has raised awareness through fashion walk and educational talks against acid attack, against rape, breast cancer, child education, menstrual hygiene, health and well-being. Welcome, Miss Khushbu Rivatkar, on our show of this Healing Our Earth. And as you have heard patiently so much about all the panelists who has given their views, different views, all different views. Now you are working on a ground, and I have seen, I am also following many of your works, the way you work to a ground. I would like to take your views, but before that, the success of every woman should be the inspiration to another. We should raise each other up. Miss Khushbu Rivatkar, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for having me on this show. Happy Women's Day to everyone, and thank you, men, for being there for us. I have heard wonderful thoughts from each of the panelists, and I'm really inspired to know each of the panelists doing their work and contributing so beautifully in this world. So I'm really happy to be part of this discussion here. So, I'm very much aligned with each of the panelists that yes, women needs to be empowered. And what Namrata ji has mentioned, that why to empower? We are already empowered. It's a thought that we say that we are disempowered. That's why we have to change the thought to make it empowered. So yes, some women are privileged that they understand these things, that they are empowered or disempowered, but this distinguish that if at this moment they are empowered or disempowered, I think this education is more important at this point of time, where we have to able to distinguish that there could be a moment where a woman may feel that she is disempowered because of the discrimination or some of the domination that she might have received. So I feel that in today's world where everyone is so much of competitive, and there are women who are achieving heights in their career, and there are women who are like succumbing to their domestic situation and not able to do anything. So there are very contrast situation in this world where some women are privileged to showcase their talent and some women are not even privileged to go out of their house. So this contradiction, this situations, if we consider together, yes, there is a section of society which is really disempowered, and those who are like empowered and understand the meaning of empowerment and disempowerment have to come forward to serve those women who are actually disempowered and even don't understand the meaning of what is the disempowerment. They are just living life with that because for them it's a natural state. It's a natural state for them to cry at home, to take up all the domination and violence that is happening with them because they feel that this is what they deserve. So it is and that's why I feel I understand that Women's Day should not be celebrated. We should be celebrated every day. But I think the women like us who are privileged to share the thoughts can come together and at least give a thought about those women who are not able to speak. So this kind of days could be a reminder for us that how much privileged we are and how much we are obliged to serve to the society where our work, our knowledge, our education, our experiences are needed to make them understand that they are actually not privileged, but they can be with their own set of minds and thinking. So I feel for those, I would like to speak for those who are not able to distinguish that they are disempowered or empowered. I want to speak for them because those who are educated and they are already doing well, I think they have all the resources around the world to stay empowered. But those who are like disempowered, I feel that we should talk more about them. We should contribute to them and make them understand that whatever the situation is, like one of my panelists has very beautifully mentioned, that if you have it, you can do it. So no matter what the situation is today, I have met rape attack victims, I have met acid attack victims, and even when the complete body is burnt, still that woman is feeding a child. It is so remarkable and it is so beautiful to see the power of the woman in them, that they still have that inside them to nurture another human being. So I feel that the self talk that we do with ourselves, if the woman can nurture another human being when her body is completely burned, so so what we are doing, we are nothing. So I think such kind of inspirational stories, if we share with those who feel disempowered, they will start living again and they will find out the ways in their current situation to make it happen. So with this, I just want to close my talk that yes, no matter what the situation is, we are there who are privileged enough to support you, but yes, you are the one who have to come out and speak for yourself. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Khushbu, for giving very, very again frank views and the incidents which you are quoting about the mother who's burned 100% or 80% and still she's feeding the child. It clearly shows that that is what always we feel, that mother is, as Mr. Neil Kumar also said, the women is even somewhat higher a level of a man, because you have that power to give to the next generation of the child, which no man has that power with them. Thank you very much, Khushbu, for giving your views. Now I would like to invite my next and the last panelist of my session. She is Miss Kiran Joshi. Ms. Kiran Joshi is an entrepreneur and social worker. She is the secretary of Tara Joshi Foundation, Dehradun. She is having deep passion for social change and empowerment. Her journey has been shaped by diverse experiences, from her academic background in sociology to her entrepreneurial venture and community engagement efforts. She ventured into entrepreneurship with the establishment of Aura Kitchen and Spirits, a successful restaurant located in Dehradun. She received the CM Award for Best rooftop restaurant in Dehradun. She also successfully organized the exhibitions related to handlooms, handicrafts, and local farm produce. However, her true passion lies in making a meaningful impact, which led her to establish the Tara Joshi Foundation in honor of her late mother. Through the foundation, she has conducted community workshops on healthcare awareness and new opportunities for farmers. Her passion is to create a more equitable society where women are empowered and communities thrive. Through the Tara Joshi Foundation, she strives to provide employment opportunities for women in rural areas, foster an ecosystem conducive to their growth, and raise awareness about healthcare issues among marginalized women. Additionally, she is committed to empowering farmers by providing them with knowledge, resource, supply chain, and market related to local products to improve their livelihoods. Welcome, Ms. Kiran Joshi on our show. You have heard all our earlier panelists, and you being the last one. And I'm so happy that you have joined because you are in Dehradun, a very remote place, and you stays there in Dehradun as well as the village. And you are working on the grounds. You are giving them the education to those who are really below the poverty line, I must say, or those who really want to know what are the latest techniques of the produce, etc. But before that, I will as earlier I was saying, so I will like to quote here. Always remember, you have within you the strength, the patience, and the passion to reach for the stars to change the world. Ms. Kiran Joshi, please.
Good evening, respected panelists and all the dear listeners. I, Kiran Joshi, founder and secretary of Tara Joshi Foundation, an entrepreneur and a social worker, would like to thank the organizing committee, especially Mr. Lal, for inviting me. As I come from a tribal area, I have seen the problems like difficult geographical terrain, gap in infrastructure, quality education, medical facilities, and the skills needed for employment. To address these difficulties was the major driving force behind starting my NGO. To begin with, I believe that if women are provided with opportunity and they have merit, they can do wonders in every field. And we have seen this since ages. For example, Rani Lakshmi Bai, Chinnama Devi, Ahilya Bai Holkar, and the list is endless. One of the most empowering example of the recent time is the First Lady of our country, Honorable President Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji. So in fact, this is the vision and philosophy of our NGO, that is Tara Joshi Foundation, to impart women certain skills and give them opportunities. We are all women society, and our major focus is on women belonging to backward and tribal areas. To achieve these objectives, our strategy is basically based on 3 R's, that is reimagining, reskilling, and regrowth. So reimagining is basically integrating traditional knowledge with modern skills. Reskilling is upgrading the skills according to the need of the hour. And regrowth is creating new avenues for the stakeholders. So we are doing certain activities in line of our objectives, and there are more in the pipeline. I would like to tell you about that. We have seen that the different areas have different potential, and our team is focusing on area-specific solutions. Like in the field of agriculture and food processing, we are compiling the traditional knowledge of organically grown local food produced, and we are intending to do value addition and integrate the farmers with the market. We are also working on hospitality and the tourism sector. Recently, this sector has grown a lot, and it has promising potential in the areas of agro-tourism, homestays, farm stays, religious and spiritual tourism, adventure tourism, etc. Apart from this, one of our major focus area is women health, where issues like breast cancer, cervical cancer, menstrual hygiene, etc. are focused upon. So before concluding, I would like to thank and extend my best wishes to all the women around the world on this International Women's Day. I believe empowering women is nurturing communities. So now I would like to conclude this with a meaningful shlok, that is Rashtrasya Swaha Nari Asti, which means women is our tomorrow. So that's it. Thank you so much, and have a beautiful evening, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kiran Joshi, for giving your very, very strong views again. And really, hats off to you, because you are doing the work on ground, and especially in the villages. You are empowering them at this age of your life. That is a very, very, I must say, I am very much fascinated, and that's why I invited
Thank you
you
so much.
to join the elite panel of us, because all you have seen, all have done so much work. But you being such a young girl, I must say, and you are doing it, I'm sure that there is no need of women empowerment, because once if the girls will understand this thing from the very beginning, they can do wonders. And I'm thankful to you for joining and giving your views. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So over to you, Amrita, for further things. I think my time is up.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal. As usual, you have done a sterling job with the panel. Kiran, wonderful NGO that you have started. We are very proud of you. And Kiran,
Thank
while
you
you are
so
here,
much.
Brinda, while you are here, Naveen, while you are here, and Namrata. Amrita, through Rotarian Lal, will be in touch with you, because we have decided to create a forum that is not only going to appreciate each other, but will also help the consumer level end user who are on social media connected to us, because we are streaming this live into YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, which is X now, and on our website. So let's create a forum that can actually meaningfully try to create a white and a blue paper, and let's get to the parliamentarians and the media and bring the women even more in forefront. We at Healing Our Earth always believe that at the least women are equal to men, but we also believe they might be slightly ahead because they give birth to humanity. So it's very important that we realize that. Let's educate the man in the process as well. And Rotarian Lal, just stay around. Let's welcome the USA. The last hour is always for USA, where our senior host, Sharon Rose, will shortly be introducing Eddie, who is not only a good musician, composer, and a singer. She mesmerizes people with her presence and empowers women and men to feel good. And we have got, for the first time, joining our family, Miriat Siareg in USA as well, which Sharon will tell us more about. And we have also got a guest here. We would like to say hello to Yarlini. So Yarlini, stay around. We'll be saying hello to you as well. So Dr. Amrita, let's welcome our senior host and coordinator from United States of America, Sharon Rose. Sharon, meet Rotarian Lal Gohel, which you have in the past. His general hours are in the middle part of the section, and he is involved in almost every episode now, because his connection through the pandemic time has been through the national and now international as well. So let's say hello to each other. Over to you, Amrita, and please formally welcome Sharon and Rotarian Lal Goel. Say hello to Sharon while you're live on the screen.
Hello and global namaste, Sharon.
Global namaste. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Yeah.
And Sharon, while America was sleeping, and because we start quite early, what Healing Our Earth has decided, and it already has a forum and a panel, and now through Dr. Namrata and Khushbu and in fact so many people who are already down here, let's expand our family and let us help the end user as well, be it mental stress, be it domestic violence, be it enhancing yourself, being standing up to men equally at least, and not be fearful, and maybe support other NGOs as well. So that's the plan, and the idea is to not only empowering women, but to educate men to make sure that they realize that women are at the least equal. Rotarian Lal pointed out some very salient point that in the countries like India, for example, the mother themselves seem to be favoring to the children as the male children, and the daughters generally are almost like kind of second class. Well, we can slowly change that as well. He has got that data, because from organ donation in India, if you are a female, you are almost coerced into donating your organ as opposed to men. So wonderful. Welcome to over here, empowering women, empowering humanity. Over to Amrita and Sharon. And Dr. and Rotarian Lal Goyal, thank you very much for your session with a beautiful panel. And let's move on to the USA round.
Thank you. Global Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. That was really wonderful. And I would like to thank Rotarian Lal Goyalji for his beautiful contribution, as well as the beautiful faces and the thoughts that we had from all the guests till now. It has been really a very nice collection of thoughts, expressions, emotions, and beautiful smiles of wonderful ladies from across the globe that we are having in our panel today. And their thoughts are so sparking that it gives me goosebumps sometimes to think how wonderful is our world to have such beautiful creation of a mother, of a daughter, of a lady on earth. And if we see any of the histories of the world, there had been a great revolutionary change among the women over the ages. And I think it is also a new turn that we will be bringing in future with new thoughts to give a good legacy again to the Mother Earth for a healthy, sustainable, and a happy life for everyone. And therefore, it's time from now to move from India to US, where we are going to say good morning to our lovely guests and our resident contributor, the lovely Sharon Rose, who is not only just a episode producer, a regular contributor, but such a marvelous lady in herself who thinks about life, who is bubbled with life, and who has so many things to tell us about herself and her stories. So let's move to her and welcome her guests from US. Global Namaste and a very good morning to you.
Global Namaste, Amrita ji, and all of you out there. As always, it's just a pleasure to be with you, especially on this International Women's Day. You know, the goddess and women in general have been a big focus of all my research and work in music and dance and world mythology, etc. And I'd like to begin by reading you a little bit from the beginning of my book, The Path of the Priestess.
And Sharon, just before you read, because it's very important, let's just quickly welcome Yarlini, who has been here since the start. She's a guest. Lata invited her. Lata, a quick introduction to Yarlini, and later we'll ask her to give her comments. So if you just quickly tell us about Yarlini, and Yarlini, stay around, we'll have you a bit later in the episode. Lata, go ahead.
So
thank you.
Yarlini is been involved in women empowerment for the last 30 years, isn't that, Yarlini? And her journey has been to, I think that's been your calling, has it? Because you've worked in the field in the last 15 years in the male-dominated environment. Would I be right?
Yes, yes, I did. Yes, that's right.
Army, in the Navy?
I didn't work in the Navy, but I worked in the corporate world, which was largely male dominant by engineers, planners. And it was really about me having to, I pioneered some projects. I live in the UK, which is now in every single secondary and primary school all over the UK. And to have to get, I think, by working within a male-dominated environment, it's really about having to speak my truth as to what I believe is the right thing for the communities that I was working with, whether it's children or communities. But at the time, collaboration and working together, joint up working, it just was it wasn't something which was really done here in a lot of the, whether it's in the government or whether even in companies. And so joint up working to find a new way and to show them the new way, to pioneer and to go forward. It was, there was a lot of risk. Was I prepared to put myself on the line? Yes, because I totally believed in what I was doing and bringing communities together, empowering women from all different classes, different abilities, different sexes, but it was about inclusivity.
So Yalini, that's going to be a very good important points that we would like to know, because you are actually on the ground facing this situation and found a solution. Stay around over the next half an hour. Let's move to America with our nominated guest and learn a bit more about their inclusion and what they feel about women empowerment and the solutions and tips and things. So over to you, Amrita, Sharon, Andy, and Sarah. Let's go and hit the road with women empowerment. Empowering women, empowering community.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much. So, Sharon, let's welcome our guest contributors for today and celebrate of being a female and the feminism. Over to you. Thank you.
So I'd like to begin by reading these a few paragraphs about the feminine. There is a sacred current of light that runs throughout time and space, the light of the divine feminine. It is a continuum. It arises at the birth of creation and forms a sacred path into the denseness of matter and back again. As we descend from the fullness of this light into the depths of the material world, this light is always there to nourish and sustain us. Flowing through all our lives and incarnations, it is the vital and transformative current of truth, virtue, and integrity, a shining stream of spiritual essence that leads us along the path of emanation to the path of return and reunion with the primordial source. As women, as mothers, as teachers and guides, as emissaries of the great goddess, it is our sacred duty and privilege to hold this current of light, of Shakti, in our hearts and carry it from generation to generation. This is our essential role as women, to hold this pure light of divinity in our hearts, to keep the lamp of inner freedom burning in the darkness, to nurture and protect this light, whatever the cost, and to transmit its radiance, its exquisite beauty to our men and children. Once upon a time, before the days of darkness and oppression of our sacred women's mysteries, we knew that we were living emanations of the goddess, that as women, mothers, priestesses, and spiritual guides, our primary role was to be a conduit for her sacred current, knowing that every thought, every action had a profound impact upon not only our own lives and those of our men and children, but on the very fabric of life itself. We created exercises and rituals to purify our bodies, minds, and hearts. In the midst of the forest, on the mountaintops, along the riverbanks and the shores of the sea, in the temples and monasteries, we would gather together to perform these sacred rites. We danced by the light of the moon, raised our voices in song and prayer, conversed with the myriad forms of divinity through our sacred gestures, and sat together in silent communion with them. Knowing the great goddess was our primordial mother and source of all life, we treated her with immense respect. As her priestesses, we offered our lives to her service. We gave her offerings. As her emissaries, we dressed in her image and emulated her extraordinary qualities. With each heartbeat, we attuned ourselves to her primal rhythms. With each inhalation and exhalation, we opened ourselves to feel her divine radiance pouring through us, continuously cleansing, enriching, and enlivening our bodies, minds, and luminous energy fields. Deeply in tune with her presence, we knew how to expand our senses and send out subtle waves of feeling consciousness through the great matrix of interconnecting energetic paths that exists between her physical and numinous realms. with our feet firmly grounded upon the earth, we would allow our awareness to extend through her vibratory dimensions as we monitored the ebb and flow of both the visible and invisible landscapes. Today, living in the midst of society that has all but forgotten her, so few of us even know that the goddess exists, let alone spend time conversing with her, feeling the power of her touch, reveling in the beauty of her myriad manifestations. For until we have a direct experience of her presence, how can we truly know her?
Wow. Wow, that's so nice actually. And yeah, till we have that divine bliss and the feeling, how can we truly know her? That's really lovely. So, Sharon, it's time to hear more of these blissful words and some music from our guests.
Yes.
Over to you.
So I am just thrilled to bring back my beloved, my lovey, 80. I've been working with 80, let's see, for a long time. We made a film, The Last Avatar, about Kalki, believe it or not, Kalki, the last avatar of Vishnu, and 80 was the star. That's when we first met. She's an extraordinary vocalist and really works in the realm of women's mysteries. And whoa, there's so many wonderful, amazing things I could say about her. We've been working together a long time, and I am so pleased to bring 80 in.
Oh, thank you, Mama. I love you. It's wonderful to be here. And thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much for everybody. I'm grateful to be here. So excited.
So maybe we should start by playing the video that you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that.
Greetings. Hello. Thank you so much.
What? Okay, open. Here we go.
Greetings. Hello. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to join you today in celebration of the women of the world, all of our mothers and sisters and grandmothers. Ugh, where would we be without our fam? I thought it was such a special opportunity to bring in one of my dearest sisters, Jeffrey Lynn Carrington. She and I are going to sing to you a song it's called a mashup, and the first part of the song is written by Lisa Teal. It's called Inanna. And the second half is an 80 Bell and Jeffrey Lynn original. I hope you enjoy. Child of the mother of the
There's fire in her eyes. Fire in her eyes. Fire in her eyes. I feel her coming, and the rain comes driving down.
Ah, was that beautiful? Yes, yes.
Very,
Ah,
very nice. So melodious and so
yeah, well,
meaningful.
It was so
80,
soothing, Sharon. It was so soothing. Once again, I think we should put it in social media because it wasn't just for women. This was good enough for children too, grandparents too. It was in a simplistic form, so spiritually simple, easy to grasp. And even I was listening. I stopped working and I was listening to it. So you women, you rock. Keep on.
well, 80, grew up in Montana, and her mother was a choir director, correct?
That's correct.
So she grew up totally immersed in the harmonies of the world.
Mm.
And one of her greatest gifts, I believe, because she's bringing that to.
And Sharon, it will be beautiful. It'll be beautiful to have Eddie singing with Meena Trivedi and Shri Gautam and Vaishali Acharya, and also up there, Sairam Iyer in Mumbai. I think they can tango so well.
Oh, that would be amazing. That would be
Beautiful to have
amazing.
them doing that.
Hey, she can even sing some like Takita Digitas. She learned that from me.
Whatever you want, my love, whatever you want.
So do the women feel that music could also empower not just women, but empower humanity?
Oh, of course.
Mariette is completely agreeing, and of course she runs. She's very good in music industry, a very popular personality. So there, it's okay for that. And our Amrita sings as well as does Sharon and Eddie. Of course, you are simply melodious. But let's hear some more from Mariette and Sharon. Over to you.
Yes, well, talking about empowering women, all the music that's pouring forth from us, Adi and Beth and many people we've met on Healing Our Earth is all dedicated to the goddess all throughout the world, and bringing the world together through music and celebrating the beauty and power of the feminine in all her myriad aspects is the work that we do. And so I'd like to introduce for you, because you haven't met before, Mirette, who is my new amazing friend. I'm so excited. She's done extraordinary work with women, and then I'll explain. Based in Los Angeles, Mirette Serek, MSc, is the founder and president of Empath Music, LLC. Empath publishes high-quality custom music and stock music for media. Empath's long-range vision is to continue to create opportunities for highly talented women. We know a lot of those. and other underrepresented composers to shine in the music world, where a mere 3% of music makers are women. That's pathetic. We've got to change that. Proudly, Empath Music is the first and only company of its kind to achieve gender parity among its 200 music makers. Scouted across cultures and continents, proudly Empath Music is the recipient of Grammy 2022, 2 Hollywood Music and Media Awards 2022, a Production Music Mark Award 2022, a Broadcast Production Award 2020, a National Parenting Product Award 2024, and a WBE Supplier of the Year nomination 2021. Mirette was born in Egypt. We got to sing for her, Adi. Adi Sechemsa, Adi Sechemsa. Some hieroglyphic language. She holds an MSc from UW-Madison in International Nutrition. Over her career, she worked with donor and recipient nations in over 35 impoverished countries around the globe. She is a retired specialist in women, infant, and child nutrition and food security. How's that for a bio? We talked for a while, and her experience working with women in many different categories and venues has been extraordinary. So we are so pleased, Mirette, to bring you onto Healing Our Earth today. Global Namaste.
Oh, it is an honor and a joy to be around like-minded people. I think that when we come together, we synergize, and we're so much greater than the sum of the parts. I've got goosebumps just being here. I know that you came to listen to me, but I would love to know what you would like to hear about. I'll give you some bullet points, and then I would love for you to ask questions.
Oh, for sure.
If I go
For
on
sure.
and on, I mean, I'm almost 70 years old. And I've been
Really?
yes.
Really?
Yes, and I've been doing this for well over half of a century. And I have my father to thank for always believing in me and empowering me to be always kind, truthful, and courageous. Just do it.
Oh, I understand completely. We know my mother just passed away, and the same. What a loving human being. She nurtured all of my talents and all of my scholarship, and just was an extraordinary woman. And I just love her and miss her.
Too.
Yeah,
And really
yeah.
believe in their children the same way that mothers have traditionally done.
And I do want to tell them something very interesting that you told me yesterday, because here we do our best to bring the world together. So Mirette's father was from Egypt, Muslim, and mother, Orthodox Jew. So she really from birth learned this, how to bring the beauty of these cultures together, which is something we're always talking about. So
Wow, that's so nice. So can you tell me something about your family cultures and amalgamation of the two, and how being a female, from that society, from the Jewish perspective and from the Muslim perspective, how things had been in the family, and how, as you said, so many facets you have received from your mom. And mothers are always those kind of kindling hearts that gives us so many beautiful things as a gift, and parents add to it. So yes, over to you. Please tell us something before we hear you. Or thank
Well,
you.
yeah, I think that the more we strip away the onion peel, the more we realize that we're really all the same. And there are so many commonalities. And if you look at religions throughout the ages, there's common threads that feed and nurture our souls, and it doesn't really matter what. And there are so many similarities that let's focus on those. The differences are to be celebrated. because that gives you more perspective on everything. If we just stay, and that is why inclusion is such, people talk about inclusion, but why is it so important? Because with inclusion, you see things from an angle that you had never experienced before, that you had no way of understanding, of delving deep into, and find until you find that the natural commonality. You're not done. You haven't done the work to make this world a better place for others and for future generations, as well as for yourself, especially for yourself.
I understand that so deeply. That's all the work that we've been doing throughout the years, is to really show the common threads and the common symbols and the tones and the music. Adi, I know you can speak to this too, so I'd love for you to jump in here.
And the other thing is that is to be very aware when you start messing with Mother Nature too much is when we start seeing trouble. Mother Nature is very wise. She's been at this from the beginning of the beginnings. She knows what she's doing. So the bulk of my work, whether it's nutrition or music, and I know they seem very, very different, but once again, there's a common thread. They are interwoven in this gorgeous tapestry. And I can explain more about that and how music played such an important role in my nutrition work. I'm going to pound on my chest a little bit. I am highly published. My work has been published with the United Nations Journal of Tropical Pediatrics, with several universities, and I continue to share. I don't consider it my work. I consider it paying attention to Mother Nature and sharing that with the world. And what do you mean by that? I started out in the Andes Mountains of Ecuador, which is where I got my first National Science Foundation grant to study longevity. And I studied these people who were supposedly lived to be 120 years old. And there I was on horseback in the middle of nature, nothing as far as you could see. And I was very, very high up. Going from little hut to little hut to little hut and sitting, I went on horseback. I used a blanket from the horse as my bed. I would invariably be invited in by very subsistence level farmers who would invite me in. I slept with guinea pigs and I loved it. It was just beautiful. In God's country, it was absolutely jaw-dropping gorgeous. And learned about what people were eating, where it came from, what they did with the soil, how the nutrients from the soil integrated into the crops and the animals that they consumed and ate. And had that changed, I also did retrospective studies. How is that different than what they were eating when they were young? So we're talking about 100-year gap. And had things changed? So that was actually that made it in a science magazine and Time magazine. That was a widely published that work was really interesting. But really, it was about being with Mother Nature in community, in the field, on horseback, with no noise, and simply taking a look and talking about it and spreading that. I did something very similar in Central America, which is where I spent about 20 years. And mind you, my graduate studies, nutrition at the University of Wisconsin in Madison. And the reason I chose that school, not only am I from there, but the focus is on agriculture. So nutrition was placed not in the medical school, it was in the School of Agriculture, for a very, very important reason. From day one, we were taught water is our number one most important nutrient. You know, you say, oh, zinc, or oh, that's, you know, no. Water, clean, mountain fed water that has been filtered naturally through the soil. So that was where I did my graduate studies, and the interrelationship between agriculture as well as sociology, medicine, and the arts. They are all the same. You have to bring them all into whatever you do. If you think you're an artist, delve into the sciences. It will inform your art in a way that is mind-blowing, and vice versa. In Central America, where I spent 20 years, the bulk of my time, and I've also done quite a bit of work in Africa and Asia, I was selected by University in Boston, probably one of the best schools of nutrition in the world, to run what's called a positive deviant in nutrition study. Again, I got on my boots and went into the communities, lived in the communities, very teeny tiny, highly impoverished communities. So we selected the poorest places in the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere and took a look at them. So my work involved taking a look at these communities. You see, anyone who just goes there, all they can see is poverty. But I walked around and I said, there is going to be an example somewhere in here where children are thriving, where they're not malnourished. I'm going to find children who are not malnourished. So I went door to door with my scales and my measurements, and I plotted them. I took weight and height, age. I asked for their vaccination card so I could see their age, their birth date. And said, I'm going to find children who are thriving in spite of rampant poverty everywhere. And I studied them and I lived with them. You say, does that mean I'm not concerned about the impoverished? No, it's because if I look at those who thrive in the midst of impoverishment, I have a key that I can see what might be happening, and maybe we have a key and we can unlock a door that would alleviate human suffering and improve quality of life on all levels. So you're not going to believe what I found. Say, oh, well, these kids are blah, 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 blah. I just out of curiosity, what do you think is the difference between the kids who were thriving, and we're talking about young children, they're under age 5, from infant to age 5. What do you think is the one thing that children growing up under conditions of extreme poverty, what allows them to thrive?
Lata, I know you have your hand up. Would you like to come in here?
I also think before we take that, I think life in itself drives them to live in those conditions despite poverty, what they find. And over and above that love that Mother Nature has given them naturally, and that compassion in which they live happily in the conditions where they are, not knowing whether they have clothes on their body or not, not knowing where they'll get the next lunch or dinner, but yet knowing this mud is really good to play, the rain is really good to dance, and the air is really fresh to breathe. I think that connects them with everything. Merit, I hope I've answered some sort of it. When I see the children around my places playing regardless of things, it gives me that part that you have been talking about, and which is really wonderful.
Actually, you're not far from the answer, but what I found to be most positively correlated with thriving amidst poverty is that these children were under the care of the grandmother.
True. True.
And that grandmother.
So would you equalitate that to love? Because a grandmother has more
grandmother
affection
is
and
the
love.
protector. If the father was spending money on alcohol and cigarettes and material things, my grandmother pulled rank. And she would just she would straighten him out. And very strong, very confident, and let the father know, wait a second, here. And she would pull rank. She would absolutely pull rank. And one of the things that just pains me, and not because I'm almost 70 years old now myself, but the elderly in all cultures have great wisdom. They have great experience. And especially in America, we do not have a tradition of truly honoring our elders. And most cultures throughout history have always honored elders, and there's a reason for that. They are truly, and here's a, it's a documented case. You can Google positive deviance in nutrition study, Brett Searig, you can read all about it. They truly have a passion for life and for assuring quality of life for their grandchildren.
That's right.
And they don't stop at anything. So
yeah,
I understand
really
this
nice.
completely.
Yes, Sharon. Yes, Sharon. And I think, to add on to that, because I belong to the field of Ayurveda and as a physician and from this medical ground, my studies on people also concluded that all those children who have been brought up under the the privilege of having bonded families, love and affection from their grandparents and their parents together, have a better quality of life and a better decision making and a better mental health level compared to those who have been finding themselves aloof and alone since childhood. And that adds up with the study of various sections of society from different parts of the globe. And I'm really happy to meet you, Merit, to add on with this conclusion. And this is where love and compassion, this is where feminism, this is where those feelings of sympathy, empathy, love, and affection comes from the ground of Mother Nature, Mother Earth, in the form of the mother, as Neil Kumar has been mentioning, the creators of humanity.
Right.
So,
And
Mira,
there's one other mother would do, the grandmother. And then hold on to that question, Sharon, because I bet it's a good one. Okay. One other thing that the grandmothers would do is if the daughter who gave birth to this child was working and not able to breastfeed, the grandmother would go search the village and find a breastfeeding mother and bring the child to be breastfed, even if it wasn't by the mother. And there is nothing better than being raised with breast milk from a real mother.
Wow.
Yes, yes. I nursed my son Ari. When we lived in India, he thought he was Ari Krishna because his name was Ari. But I nursed him for 3 years, actually. And he was a big guy. People were like, what? So the power of that is incredible, that connection.
Absolutely.
That connection.
And you also are always aware that it takes a village to raise a healthy child. It
Yes.
literally does.
Yes. And would you tell us about, you were talking to me about, oh, look, I'll read this and then I'll ask you the question. This year's theme, Inspire Inclusion, emphasis the importance of fostering a world where women are not only present, but actively valued and empowered across all spheres of life. Yes, yes, let's go with this.
So Sharon,
yes.
Sharon, I know all the women, I know we only got women over here, but as a man, I like to put my points as well.
Of course.
I want to ask Addie and I want to ask Mariette, do they feel empowered? Do they feel inclusive? Or is there a provocation from men in society in their field?
Oh, I can tell you, I can smell what kind of man are you? I can smell that from a mile away.
I can assure you I smell quite good.
Yes, you do. Roses. And there are men who just naturally respect women, appreciate their differences, value what they have to offer, value these wonderful gifts that they bring to the table. And there are men who just expect it and tell you that those gifts are not good enough and this is what you need to do. So we know what kind of men are out there, and mothers raise, I raised my daughter to tell the difference.
So Mariette, you mentioned a very salient point here, that there are some who respect women, or maybe because of their upbringing, or maybe they realize that if women are not at least equal, they are maybe touched better, like I said, because they give birth. But to the man who expect, to the man who wants to dominate, to the man who is almost misogynistic and actually looks down into women, you as a woman, how would you gently, slowly get them knowing the reality? What tips would you give to other women is what I want to know.
Oh, I have been in that situation so many times, and I want to thank you so much because as a field worker, which is how I started out, you are, just a field worker, right? Bottom of the totem pole. And when you see that you have something very important to share with the world that would help reach objectives for these multi-million-dollar programs, you get confidence. It's really up to confidence. And I remember at some point, again, a very enlightened man said, "You have some amazing stories to tell from your field work. I would like to invite you to this high-level meeting with the president of Nicaragua." And I was the only woman in the room in a very, very misogynist country. And so I arrived. First of all, you have to be true to self. I am not an aggressive person. I am not someone who will scream or yell or be tough and boom. You walk in authentic and very serious and confident. I knew that I had seen things that other people simply had not seen. Nobody goes off into these very remote places on horseback and comes back with stories. These people making major decisions that impact lots and lots of people and have multi-million dollars at their disposal have never been to the areas that they pretend to impact. So I walked in. I had told these stories a million times. I knew what they looked like. I knew I could answer any question that they threw at me. And I just maintained my aura. This is who I am.
So you used your power of knowledge and your aura. Did you feel intimidated?
No, because I also knew I had experience that they did not have.
So what you are trying to say, Myriad, speak with your talent. Don't worry. Don't be scared. If you got talent and you know you've got it, then brusquely display it. Is that what you are trying to say?
That's right.
Okay, stay around there, Myriad.
Oh,
Let's ask Eddie the same question, particularly Eddie, that you know in the latest British awards for the music, a female topped the whole UK scene. Ray, you know, she topped the UK scene by outstandingly leaving the guys behind. Eddie, in your field, what do you feel? What intimidation have you faced in singing, composing, music industry? And how have you overcome, and what tips would you give to female who are budding and coming up?
Brilliant question. Thanks for tossing it to me. The music industry is one of the most volatile industries ever right now. It's just changed so much and it changes every day. And we've got everything, all of the technology is in a chaotic swirl. So I feel very blessed to be at a point in time when I'm, continuing to create the work that I do in a time where, in one sense, in certain perspective, it looks like, the music industry is over. It's crashed down. It doesn't work anymore. It's very depressing. It's like, oh, I'm one drop in a sea of millions. And it can be really frustrating, especially as an independent musician, which I am. But from another perspective, it means that really the power is in the hands of the artist. Really, it truly is, which can be an overwhelming thing to think about. And it's a daunting way to approach your career, but it also is very inspiring and free. So it kind of depends on which which way you look. That being said, it's totally turned the tables on the way that the industry used to work, which of course was a male-dominated industry for all the reasons. The entertainment industry is still very narrow for certain femmes, but as we can see, and as you just gave us that beautiful example, it's completely changing. So it used to be pretty narrow, sex appeal, sex sells. That's what we do. But now more and more, there's more female artists who are able to express different sides of themselves and be respected for not just looking really good and following orders.
So Eddie, you mentioned sex appeal, and you of course are a gorgeous a person. But how do you display your inner beauty? Because I feel in your inner beauty, you are even more beautiful than your outer beauty. And that
look at you, sparkles in my heart.
That cool stance that you dispose in front of the crowd, when you are on the stage and full of crowd, are you aware? Are you aware of the crowd, and are they listening to your music, or are they just mesmerized by your beauty?
Oh, darling, it's a beautiful soup. It's all the ingredients, right? And as an artist, being empowered, being an agency of choice, I get to decide how I want to play with the soup, how I want to play with the recipe. So thank you for acknowledging that you think I am outwardly beautiful. And of course, as a Taurus sun, with Venus exalted, feeling beautiful, being ruled by Venus and Aphrodite is one of my core values of what I love in my world. But to speak more to your point of what I think you're driving is the authenticity of someone's heart and spirit, which Marette so beautifully was speaking about, is this sense of, and here's what I would link it to, which so correlates with the grandmother, the power of the grandmother. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Okay, what I think is more beautiful than anything, because everything bows to true beauty. What I think is more beautiful than anything is someone who is present to the relationships. And that's what the superpower of grandma is that her whole design, women are designed to be in relationship. We're all designed, every relationship, right? Not just mother, daughter, mother, son, grandmother, but all of it. So the one of the most beautiful powers of the femme is our natural ability to be immersed in a group of people and feel on a very visceral, embodied level the relationships we all have to each other. And as a grandmother, someone who wants to strengthen the community, strengthen the family, what are we looking at? We're looking at how we can all be in harmony. Oh my God, relationships, harmony, music, nourishment, the food of the gods. So to me, the most beautiful thing for anyone, this is not gender specific, but of course, women, as you were saying, is we have an advantage because we have a womb, and our wombs are designed for us to take in the relationships that we're in at all times and to strengthen and nurture the harmony of those relationships, because that is a tribe, that is a family that will survive. So to bring that around to being an entertainer, right? Being on stage, feeling the relationship between me and the crowd, or me and my band, or me and the producers, the people who are funding, there's like a bazillion relationships that I'm holding in my awareness at any given moment. And my drive, my primary motivation is harmony. We're all winning. We're all succeeding. We all get our moment in the sun. So that to me is the most beautiful expression. And as it relates to the male gender and how males have been very comfortable in their seat of, quote, power, I find that most men these days are actually completely willing to learn. It's one of the specialties that I have I'm also a spiritual counselor and I do divination readings in a private practice. And actually the majority of my clients are men because they're open. They want to learn. They're ready to understand how to listen to their intuition and their instinct and how to understand the femme in their life so they can also be in harmony. It's truly a beautiful time to be alive as a woman, as an entertainer, as a musician, but also just coming together so that we can all remember who we are.
Eddie, how very succinctly and how well you personified the womb, and all the men listening, that is where you can't compete with the women. You don't have a womb, don't profess that you are equal to a woman because they created you. Eddie, stay
And
down.
it's not a competition though. Can I just say it's not a competition?
Yes.
That's the old world. It's harmony. It's how does the difference between you and I work in this gorgeous, amazing way? I just had to say that there's this beautiful synergy that we know is possible, and we're remembering how to be in harmony with it.
And that's in line with healing our earth. Harmony, unity, love, peace, and liberty. Stay around, Eddie. We are going to go to contrast views of Yarini and Lakshmi Vyas over here. And then Sharon, who has got experience of at least minimum 2 countries. And we want to ask her comments as well. Sharon, what we will do meanwhile, before we go to Yarini and Lakshmi, let us tell our viewers about the future episodes that are coming. So please go ahead and tell us a bit more about them. Unmute yourself, Sharon. Over to you. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Coming up, Heal Thy Life, World Kidney Day, Sunday, 10th March, 2024, 2 p.m. GMT onwards. This will be a focus on the kidneys from many, many different perspectives. I'm going to bring in a healing practice from the Taoist tradition for the kidneys, and we will have lots of amazing guests as always. So we look forward to this
and
presentation.
Quite rightly, Sharon, healthy life, heal thy life.
That's right. That's right. Then, women's self-care. This is a beautiful one. Healthy women, happy communities. Isn't that right? This is what we're speaking about. How do we really go deep and heal ourselves at the most profound level? So we will bring in many different people, not only women, but men, about how do we take care of ourselves, because we need that nurturing. We all really, especially now with the insanity around the world, we need that self-care, that going inward to find that beauty and that connection with the highest aspects of ourselves. Yes.
And Sharon, our Eddie Bell just now reversed the caption over here. Happy Eddie, healthy community. She was saying, I'm sure the community around her is very happy. Let's move on to the next episode.
Sunday, 24th March, 2024, Ayurveda Day. Ayurveda for one health, Ayurveda for everyone, every day. So we'll take a deep look, deep dive into Ayurveda. And I just want to say that we're talking with Dr. Donata about doing Ayurvedic melas, conferences, festivals all around the world. And so I'm sure she will be on to give us an update. And Amrita, of course, is very, very involved in this show and producing this show.
And Sharon, Amrita is a producer for the Ayurveda. She's here on the scene as well. Amrita, tell us more about Ayurveda Day. And Donata, what do you plan? Because you love Ayurveda, you are specialist in Veda Mela, a big success story in Dallas. Amrita, Veda, tell us more about Ayurveda Day on 24th of March.
So 24th of March, we are going to have Ayurveda Day, where we are going to talk about different gifts that Ayurveda as a traditional medicine of India has gifted. And there's a lot of things happening related with Ayurveda and the boom of Ayurveda. People love this field of traditional medicine, a lot of things from the different folklore that we have learned from the ancient healers. We are going to spread all these healing messages to everyone. And I also have Dr. Danada with me, who will be also sharing on her perspective of a famous Veda Mela that they have recently organized in Texas, and next is upcoming, which will be giving you a good news of celebrating this kind of gestures where traditions and healing and love and compassion combine together, that gives up a good vibration of how healthy we can live and happily we can live. So you can join us on 24th of March to know how Ayurveda can bring a difference to your life.
Thank you. Dr. Danada will be here in a moment. She'll also give her women empowerment tips. And Dr. Danada, what would you like to talk about Ayurveda Day?
There is a lot as a women empowerment, and Ayurveda Day is truly inspiring to listen to a lot of girls that they are empowering not only the wellness but the whole self-care and self-care industry. Another enlightening would be we will be successfully venture and rooted our purpose in prioritizing ourselves into our life's demand. Truly inspiring to listen the leaders that Healing Our Earth brings. And I believe that up till now, my connection with the healing, especially with the Healing Our Earth, I learned so much from Neilji, and he always give me 3 mantras and 3 L's. Listen to the people. I learn from all people, learn from the people and love people. I think that is going to be the motto of Healing Our Earth. Brings these kind of events to remind us that power in empathy, power in education, power in compassion is both in person and professional lives. And I guess we are beating that to bring more and more such overall well-being equipped events, I guess.
Thank you, Danada, and we'll take your more comments later. And now you've learned the 3 L's. The 4th one for today, if you add on it, laugh a lot. Laugh at yourself. Laugh with others. Laugh by others and laugh at yourselves. Laughing is a very good therapy. Sharon, let's move on. And after that?
Here we go. Integrated health, transforming healthcare on Sunday, the 31st of March. This is always a really fascinating show. We bring people from all different healing modalities together to find, as we're speaking about, the common threads. How do we really heal on every level? Body, mind, spirit, and more. Then we will celebrate our 4th anniversary, sing, chant, poetry, or deliver a message on Sunday, the 7th of April. This is always such a fun show. We have, all these wonderful singers and poets and spiritual teachers and so much. And then Navami, is that right? Special.
Yes, Ram Navami, yes.
Ram Navami.
Yeah. Celebrate with bhajans, kirtans, and more. Oh, we'll have to bring Michael Henry Dunn back for his Sita Ram. Sunday, the 14th of April, 2024. One of my favorites, of course. And Miret, you would love this one, because Miret was telling me about this amazing garden that she has created where she lives in California, working with the indigenous plants. This is the Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically. Join us for this free global online session on the 21st of April. And as always, we'll be starting our garden, our greenhouse, within the month So I'll bring you an update on, what we're doing to prepare.
And Sharon will be visiting the beautiful country of Kenya, where our Seema, the producer, will be. And let's remind the viewers that on this date, on 31st of March, the Greenwich Mean Time changes onto British Summer Time. So 1 hour we will be behind from there on. So whichever country you're listening to, which is different ones, please be aware from 31st of March, the Greenwich Mean Time turns into British Summer Time. Sharon, as we had wonderful chat with Eddie and Mariette, let's go to Yarini. Yarini, contrast to what the two ladies had, you had to go through some sort of journey yourself, and now you're mastered, and this is in United Kingdom. What are your views, and how did you get across so that you felt inclusive and empowered? And did you ever felt intimidated by men in the profession you are?
Thank you. Yes, on many occasions, I felt very intimidated. I think when I was working with the type of projects that I did, I really felt a strong belief and a knowingness with what I was doing, and also using my expertise. I just really trailblazed through, but by bringing other people together with me along the journey. By doing this together, I'm a great believer with that. It doesn't have to be one person. We can all do this together. We can all work together. It's about unity. And, I'm talking about, 25, 30 years ago. And empowerment was really a thing where people were very resistant towards, in those days. But through my period, I did come across as someone who was really trying to win over the hearts of minds of clients, bring huge budgets in, change a lot of the structures within companies as well as governments, the way that things were being done. And there were certain mindsets from certain individuals who were men who weren't very forthcoming with what I was doing. And their only way of trying to, I suppose, almost remove me from this, is probably the best way to put this, is really by putting blocks in the way. And for me, I suppose I tried to explain to him the benefits and what I had brought to the organization, and really tried to shift a lot of what was already done, because that's why I was brought in. But unfortunately, they had different intentions, and I think it comes down to intentions at the end of the day. If you're doing it with an open heart, you're doing it with a good purpose, which is where I was going with. A few individuals were not really forthcoming because I was a woman, because I was literally the only woman there. And it just so happened that I happened to be contracting, which meant the easiest way was to remove me from my post. Now,
so Yarini, that was then. How is it now? Do you feel?
But for me, I've moved on from the corporate world. I happen to really take on a lot of the empowerment with women, with children, and having had my own children, for me, I began really, I think, finding who I truly was again. You have children, you can get into a bubble, and it really is about, we evolve, as women, as men, we evolve over time. So whether it's circumstance or situation or whatever we're doing. And as I was evolving, I really had to connect with, where do I stand? What do I really want to connect with? And actually, as I was going through this, I went through my own awakening. Now, I've always been quite spiritual from a very young age, never really understood a lot of a lot of things. My mum tried to shield me from a lot of things, but I think my awakening was really my reconnection with God, having really for a year, I think really blamed God for losing my mum after I had children. And it was really my reconnection with God, my reconnection with the universe. I happened to be in hospital at the time for 5 months. I had two very young children, one 9 months and one 2 years. And I was desperate to be reunited with my children. And I was told everything was okay with my surgery and I needed to find a way. And I literally just surrendered everything. And my awakening was to heal myself. And, you know, I wasn't on my journey of healing at that point in time, but I was literally just listening to those really whispers to my soul. I was listening to those and just doing what I was called to do. And I healed myself to get out of hospital, and my journey began from there. So 15 years on. Yes.
Yarini, if you have to give 1 or 2 tips to the people who are younger than you, and in your journey, what you've learned, what specific tips would you give? Eddie mentioned that she used the harmony power. Myriad mentioned the talent, that she was talented, so she knew her subject. Well, when she knew her subject, she felt good and she did it. Eddie over there mentioned, yes, she's a good singer. She was not competing, she just harmonized and used the power, and she loved the stage and how she won the crowd. How do you feel, or what can you give? What tips can you give to people who might be struggling? Have you struggled? What tips would you give them?
I feel that when people are, whether you're struggling or whatever you're going through, we each have to listen to that inner voice within ourselves. That inner voice is really our true guidance. And sometimes it may not be comfortable, it may be difficult, but often, it could be a stepping stone to get somewhere else. But often it's the path we should take, or the next point. And so I began teaching my children from a very young age about listening to their intuition. Now, mindset would be my next form of mindset and manifestation. It's amazing the powers, that you can have by really connecting with your mind and being able to, when you connect from a place from your intuition, as opposed to listening to the negative thoughts in your mind, and being able to really allay those and really connect with manifesting things within your life. These are things I've taught my children who have really gone on to really astound me, to the point which they've been my guinea pigs too, towards developing some of the courses which I've done, because it shows me that at a young age that you're able to really flourish if you have the mindset, if you're connecting with your own intuition and you're able to listen to what you're really feeling, your emotions, which I think some of it is cultural, some of it is ancestral, and so some of it is being a girl, that I was, taught very different things. And for me, having a girl and a boy, like teaching my daughter that, you're enough, you're more than enough, as opposed to, you can go on and do whatever you want, whatever field you want.
Thank you, Yarini. So what Yarini is saying, don't be scared to open the new door. Open it, go for it, and find a solution, and you will find a solution. Because if you take the trouble and guts to open the new door, who knows what is around the corner. Lata, you've got a comment, and then we are going to move to Lakshmi and Sharon. Sharon has got a lot of inputs there. Lata, your comment?
So I've got a couple of questions for you, Yalini. I've found it very moving and very emotional, because what you've had to go through you know. I just want to ask you, what about the color and the race, the prejudice of not just being a woman, but also our different color and our different culture? You must have experienced a lot of double-edged sword, really. That's what I'm trying to get at. Did you experience that as well? Pain from that? Did you have to deal with that as well?
I did, especially having come from an area where there were Indians, and then coming to a small village area when I was probably about 7 or 8 years old, which was predominantly white. I was really just called all different type of names, and just just feeling that actually I'm different, I'm an outcast, I'm not inclusive, within. As much as you can try to obviously try and incorporate yourself within the classroom, everything else, you do feel, there's a part of you who is different. And, you mentioned culture. Culturally, I wasn't allowed out. I was stopped from going to certain clubs after a certain age. When I hit puberty, it's all of these limits and suppressions, like emotions, not speaking your truth, all of these things, which for me, I've had to go on my own journey of healing myself. And the best gift that I always say this, that I can give my children, or that I have, and I continue to give my children till the day I take my last breath, is to do the work on myself. Because anything I do on myself, I'm clearing and healing some of these ancestral beliefs and patterns, which hopefully, unless my daughter's soul has asked for this, it will no longer be passed on to her. And for me, that is the best thing that I can give her, really. And the fact that she's able to speak her truth and really not have fear. I know when I was growing up, I'd have fear, I can't say this, I can't say that, but not to have fear and to speak her truth is really empowering as a young woman, and just knowing that you can go for any career you want, as long as, I've just said one of the best decisions I made was defying my parents, I suppose, to a certain point, but going with my own gut instinct, once again, following my intuition from a young age. But it was something I believed in, that I wanted to do a job I loved.
The other question I wanted to pose was, your husband, was he a good
I met when I was at university, I met someone. I'd known him for 3 years. I got married. The day I got married, I got beaten up. This is my previous husband. And I was devastated. It was my own choice. It wasn't arranged marriage or anything like that. And I was devastated because I'd known him for 3 years. It's not like, there was any inkling, anything. And I'm someone who, throughout my time at university, I'd helped other women who'd been through abuses with partners. It's not like I was, should we say, like ignorant or naive from this. I was born in the UK, very well aware, but it doesn't matter where you're born. I was very much aware of, domestic abuse. And for me, when you're in it, it's the emotional roller coaster you go on, which it's not that I didn't know that it wasn't right. I knew full well that it wasn't right how I was treated, but I kept thinking, maybe I can change him. Maybe I can get him off the drink. Maybe he will change. All of these things. Maybe if I don't do this, he won't do that. All of these things. And I struggled for 3 years, which felt like 20. And it only took a life and death accident for me to really come out of that. And to be honest, it took me 10 years after that to rebuild my confidence. And I'm not someone who, at that point in time, who, as I say, I'd done pioneering projects, but for me, I was almost like two people. I would go in the morning to my job, putting this face on and loving my job and being this person. The moment I got in my car to come home, I was a different person. I didn't know what I was going to be hit with in the evening. So I was very much two different people. And for me, you know, once again, being a woman, you know, I was 30, I was still unmarried, and my mum was very worried. You know, she was saying, "You're not going to get married, you're 30, you're getting older," all of this. And I said, "Mum, I've already been through this." And he was Asian. It's something for me personally, I just wanted to marry an Asian. It was something I just knew within me. I think I'm so connected to my culture and everything. And yeah, I just wanted that for myself. But it was also about trust at that point. And I just said to my mum, when the time comes, it will happen. And, you know, at a charity event, just, you know, literally timing is everything, as they say, you know, the divine essence of everything being perfect. You know, I got my divorce papers 10 years later. It took me a long time to get it. And literally, you know, a week later, I met my current husband who, you know, I'm Sri Lankan. He happens to be Sri Lankan. He's born here, whereas my ex-husband wasn't born here. But I think his mindset of, because I was so successful in the corporate world, I think it had a big effect on him.
Thank you, Yarini. You found love once again, and once again from you, Yarini, you were proof there. You can close the old door, open a new door. You don't know what is around there. Don't stay around. Don't stifle yourself. Go out and do it. Yarini, well done. Stay around. We're going to go to Lakshmi. Lakshmi Vyas is the president of Hindu Forum of Europe, and she meets people from different nationalities. Lakshmi, could you tell me, you obviously in a committee that you are, there are a lot of men as well. Do you find a particular country or particular race more dominant and provocative? Have you ever been provoked by men, or because it's almost a social religious group that everybody is sort of treating everybody equal? What are your thoughts on this? And then we go to Alexandra and Sharon.
Namaste, global namaste to all of you.
Global namaste to you too.
Yeah, I was at the Brahma Kumari Center, and as soon as the program got over, I just took a cab, that is Uber, and I came here to join the meeting with all of you. So, because I didn't want to miss the Women's Day. So, as a woman, in the beginning, when I was going to Europe, it's not intimidation. My confidence level was also a little low at that time, because I was meeting different people and every person had a different language. The language was not the same. Somebody spoke in Spanish, somebody spoke in German. So that was the intimidation that I met through. So because of that, I sort of shrunk myself, and I not used to talk too much to everybody. But later on, of course, I mustered courage, and over the years, I developed a lot of confidence. And today, I am quite strong in Europe. And I go to the parliament people talk to me, and they tell me next year, again, I want you to do the Diwali, you know, that sort of a confidence they give me. So, I mean, today I am quite okay, but at no point I felt, you know, intimidated or what you say, to, go back or resign or anything like that. I was strong. So this quality I had learned right from my school days and college days to be very strong. So whatever happens, I said, I'm going to be strong. And that's how I, I've been wading through everything. And today there was a talk on Shivaratri in, I'll just add this, in the Brahma Kumari Center, and they did it in a Brahma Kumari style with dances and and different kind of talks, etc. It was too good. The attire, the costumes, everything that they wore was excellent. And I sent some photographs to Amrita. I was just trying to send it to Neil, but it did not go through. So I have sent some nice photographs. Maybe we can show it in the next time. So by and large, we women have to be very strong and just not be bothered by whatever the men say or what they do or what. We have to be very strong and like, to hell with you and go ahead with whatever you want to do. That's what I believe in.
Well, there you are. Those who are listening to Lakshmi, man, watch out. You can go where you like. She is going to remain strong and fight for her corner. And Alexandra, what are your views before Sharon summarizes? It's okay, we are way over time. It doesn't matter because people on social media are enjoying what we are talking. There are a lot of women. In fact, normally we have 70% women who tap into healing. I think today we have gone over 80%, and why not? And Lakshmi, Myriad resonates with what you said. Be strong and know your subject. Once you have got it, she was there in a country, in a different country where she was on her own. But did she got scared? No. Instead, she exuded by sharing her knowledge and by bringing her talent, which is beautiful. So Lakshmi, you've done a good job. Stay around. Let's go to Alexandra. You are in Croatia over there. You, Alexandra, have got friends in so many countries. I know because you brought them in Healing Our Earth from different countries, different nationalities. Alexandra, do you feel that the region that you are in, do you feel that the men have moved on, and do you think there is a parity, equality, or is there intimidation? Do you feel suffocated with men?
Yeah, unfortunately, it did not change in Eastern Europe or Southern Europe so much for now 30, 40 years, especially after the war. And I think with this trauma, collective trauma, and that men became a little bit more macho again. So yeah, I think there is no simply justice. And as Bell Hooks used to say, there can be no love without justice. I mean, women and men are simply not equal. When I came back to Croatia like 2 years or 3 years ago, I can't see a woman representative in a mayor hall or somewhere, but it's like unbelievable. And I know, I mean, all suffering is not the same, but all human suffering is worthy of compassion, but especially I think women suffering, what you, Yarlini, just told us. I have myself lived experience, you know, my mother lived through domestic violence. I lived, although I was educated and everything, but I went for years and years through domestic violence, marriage. And so it's about suppressing those painful feelings or living with them. I don't think there is a one solution to that, but this what I think throughout today's discussion about not just self-compassion and being tender and loving and accepting, but also this mama bear, fierce compassion, you know, like really acting in the world and protecting and providing and motivating ourselves and each other. I think this is so important. And that's why it's so important to have platform and community, that we can do something different, that we can really, you know, that we say this is unacceptable, this can change, and this will change. But for that, it's really, we need care and support of each other. And I thank you for that.
So Alexandra, from what you are saying, I think we can also deduce that sometimes if women stand up to their ground, either at home or in society, particularly coming to home, then the men sort of tend to be aggressive or maybe bully them with domestic violence. And how do we feel we can redress? I don't want you to answer that. We're going to move to Sharon for a comment. Sharon, you, from a young age, being in America, suddenly found an affinity to India. So I'm talking about several decades back, you went to India. What was the difference of a treatment you got from the man in India to the man in America?
Honestly, it was very much the same. You know, I was born in 1949, so it makes me 75. So I was born into a time of what we might call the patriarchy. you know. And I was from a generation that actually I was raised to be from a Jewish traditional family, to train in all these arts, so I would be a beautiful ornament for a rich Jewish doctor or lawyer or something like that. Now, I took a different path, and but I still see in my own men of my generation that same patriarchal aspect. Not of the younger men are different, and my son is extraordinary, but then he grew up differently. So here I was a dancer of ballet and modern dance and all of this stuff, and a singer and all this. And what I found, though, was in the US, people associate, no matter how deeply I was a scholar, in general, they associated being a dancer with being a really sexy babe. And so there was a lot of this, you know, men really just wanting, you know, sex with me, pretty much. Well, I got to India. I found more respect in a certain sense for being a dancer. But I remember going out, meeting some big industrialist in Delhi, and he's like, you know, he's talking to me and he's like, oh, you're the disciple of Sitara. Oh, well, what else did she teach you? You know, so there was, and I would meet with these ministers, and they would be very similar. They would all, you know, be coming after me pretty much. Even Birju Maharaj, the great Kathak dancer. And so what did I do? I just really stood my ground and started speaking from a very knowledgeable, scholarly perspective. You know, I'd come in there and they'd go, oh, what a beautiful blouse you're wearing. And I'd like shift it to, you know, talking about Hindu philosophy or the history of Kathak. And that scholarly aspect.
Sharon, stop there.
Strength, yes.
Sharon, stop. Sharon,
yes.
Were you changing the subject to chit chat rather than your beauty comment because you were scared or because you were talented and you said, hey, you may think I am pretty, but I am brainy too. So let me show you my brains. What was it that triggered that in you?
Yeah, I wanted to be seen for the deep aspects of who I am and what I know. You know, I had this wonderful mentor named Jivan Pani who I would go to Kathak Kendra and speak with him, and we would have these extraordinary conversations about, you know, history of India and of the arts, and that was amazing. And so I would always try to raise these men above just this, you know, visceral need into a higher level of thinking and feeling that is so deeply embedded in the Hindu culture. And then I also found that, because I worked with Middle Eastern musicians, and they were really, really, really patriarchal, except the fact that I had been a Fulbright scholar, that I had all this knowledge of Indian music and Indian art and philosophy. I was able to gain a level of respect. And it's also because my training with my Guruji, Sitara Devi, you know, I was trained to embody Durga and Kali and Lakshmi and Saraswati. And so I would use, you know, I'd be in a situation where, okay, it's time to bring in that Durga energy, or it's time to be, you know, warm and loving as Lakshmi and all of that. And also because I lived with her, I learned all the, I'd call them cues, the emotional, because I learned all this abhinaya, you know, the expressions. And so I found it really interesting that, you know, and even to this day, when I'm around people of Indian descent, you know, I all of a sudden shift into what I love so much is using all of this knowledge of the Abhinaya to really connect in. It's just a joy for me. And to me, I see that the stronger you are, the more you really go in and be in touch with your own gifts, and also have the detachment. Because I've seen, you know, men who had mothers that, like we were talking about, mothers who had been abused, right, by bully, angry fathers. And generally, the mothers were so distraught that the child didn't get the nurturing that they needed. And so one of the paths I've really been on is to speak about the fact that what we really need is the nurturing power of the feminine. Because all of the women and men who I know who are really strong and who really are making a difference, like my son, have had really caring and nurturing mothers and families. And I think that's really, really, really important.
So Sharon, that was about 50 years ago when you went to India and men then. What do you feel, in a short answer, tell me, what are your views with men and how do you tackle men now? Do you feel you've mastered the skill and you've got some technique that you are now at ease with men?
Oh, I love men. I love men. And, you know, between all of the cultures I've studied and the healing traditions I've studied, that really, really helped me, because it gave me this sense where I can just stand in my own power and with a sense of a detachment, right? Because I'm so energetically aware. All this training has made me so energetic. And so I can just look at someone and read. I can even at times read, you know, their childhood, read their traumas. And so I do my best to come from my heart and really be there to listen and to care for, and at times to be very, very strong and say, no, no, this is not acceptable.
That's beautiful. So you've grown, you've learned, and we can pass some knowledge. Let's go to Myriad, who has got a comment with what you were talking. And second question, Myriad, after your comment, is in your journey, because you have met men as well, and you are also running a successful music attire there, which is very beautiful too. I want to pose a question to both of you. We come from our mother's womb. Up to the age of generally by 5, 6 years, we are so close to mommy and everything. Then we start going to school. By the time we are between 9 to 14 years, we have a change. Do you feel that school has got more influence and that's the time when some of the mothers struggle? Because it's the mom who has got very good influence over the offsprings initially. At which age do you think we go wrong? And where do some of the men slightly go on a different zone? Myriad, over to you, your comment for Sharon and my question, please.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to share something that works for me. And as you know, I work in an industry where I am the only woman-owned company, the only one. And so I'm dealing with men all the time. One of the things I do, and it's sort of a mental game, and it's been very effective. And I'm going to say, when men start acting stinky, smelly, I put up a mirror so that they can smell and see what they're doing. And I'm like, oh. And I look for a way to get out of it. I just leave. And there have been, I mean, we have many men composers as well. We have gender parity, but we have almost half men. And if there is a male who I consider unsafe to be around my female composers, I just say no. It's my company. You do not get to come into my house.
Is it unsafe sexually, mentally, culturally, physically?
All
Which
of it.
way?
And
Okay.
professionally. I think most of all the intimidation and treating
Yes.
women with disrespect.
And is intimidation still rife nowadays?
Yes.
Still is.
Yes.
So
And
is it
especially mansplaining, you know, where they think, oh, because she's a woman, I have to let her know everything. And the mansplaining is a form of intimidation. It's a lack of respect. It's a lack of curiosity that's necessary for growth. And there's no place for it in my house. You can go somewhere else, but not in my house. So keeping those, you know, you go clean up and then you can come back. Look, I know there's a beautiful heart somewhere there, but you're going to have to do that work yourself.
So, Myriad, are you suggesting that we make women stronger in decision and their presence and or do we make men 50-50? What do you think should be the solution if you had a chance? You say you are made Prime Minister or President of America for one day. How would you change?
I would encourage women to believe in themselves.
Mhm.
And if whoever comes into their
Domain?
life,
Yes.
into their domain, whoever they let into their sacred space, into their home, they have to come in clean and respectful.
Yes.
Okay, so look, there is one sort of solution that if they do, then you will come forthcoming. You are ready to meet somewhere that, look, maybe you can even cleanse them with your aura and your, like you said, when you were the only one in that country, you exuded with your talent and your knowledge. So again, that could work there. Stay around. Let's ask Lata. Well, let's go to Yarini, Lakshmi, and Lata. Lata, you've been a mother as well. Specifically with this question, tell me, have you been intimidated by men and how did you find the solution?
Oh, don't start me on that path.
Just simple question, simple answer,
No, but
just say.
I haven't had the privilege of grandmothers to raise me. So that was one of the destabilizers in my life. But now I'm reflecting, you see, I've become more empowered thanks to Healing Our Earth. So Neil, you have to take some credit and all of us here. But what I'm saying is, definitely laws of the land have to be changed. Definitely. The boundaries and everything. And we need to run workshops for women, younger women, how to recognize, because men will say one thing, but they change the minute, you're behind closed doors. So that's the danger,
So domestic abuse is what you are hinting at, to be threatened by men if you try to speak up for yourself. Is that what you are suggesting?
I'm just saying the institution of marriage needs to be revamped. I think there's so many things at flaw here that it leaves the girl vulnerable, and we have to sacrifice our daughters, our granddaughters to men. We don't even know. How are we going to be able to trust them? I'm not talking about my experiences, but what I'm saying is from my experiences, I can say that it's not a safe world to let out our daughters and our granddaughters, and I'm very worried.
And talking about safety and everything, Yarini has found a solution. Let's see how she fares, because she's now into second leg of her marriage over here with a different person. Yarini, did you find that You were nervous when you took that decision, or did you have a preconceived idea of the man? If one is same, then all are same? Or how did you manage to come and move on to the second marriage?
When I moved on to the second marriage, it was, to be honest, I hadn't envisaged that I would fall in love again. I really didn't. So it did catch me by surprise. But I suppose, you know, when you put something out there, an intention into the world, I did believe that for every one person, there's someone out there, whether that's just to connect someone who's just very connected. It doesn't have to be like a marriage as such, but I always believe that there's one person out there. And so when I did meet him, the way in which I met him, it's like my soul, and I've never, as I say, I wasn't even on my journey, but my soul just immediately just saw him at the other end, and it was just like an immediate it was just like an immediate connection I felt. And little did I know that we lived within 3 miles of each other, and being Asian people, that often families tend to know each other, so it's very unusual that our families didn't know each other, considering the vicinity of where we lived. But the connection was so strong for me. And whilst that connection was strong and I followed my heart, I did trust again. And one of the things I did find is, this is just prior to me starting my healing journey, if we don't heal some of those layers from some of those experiences and situations we haven't resolved within ourselves, because whilst my ex-husband, for whatever reason and for whatever backlog he has going on for him, he did what he did to me, I still have to take the responsibility for myself as a person for how I feel. That doesn't lie on his doorstep. That's on me as to how I feel. And that's up to me to shift and heal. So before I met my husband, after I'd met my husband, I hadn't actually started my journey until I was in hospital. So there was this small gap in between. Now, my husband is not an alcoholic or anything, but when he went with his friends, I remember, I was pregnant at the time. He went out with his friends. He had a few drinks. He came back, and I 100,000%, wholly trust him. But there was still this niggle in my head. What if? What if? And the best thing I did was actually to speak my truth and say, this is how I feel. And he said to me, one of the things I want you to know is I'm not him. And, I'm not him. And whilst you still, that's just words, me saying that. And obviously, whilst that's words, you still need to perhaps consider working on yourself. And so I began working through the traditional approaches, through like therapy work, which I didn't feel so connected, I'll be honest. But when I actually began my journey, that's when all these layers, like an onion, like someone mentioned, you begin peeling these layers. And actually, I felt free. I felt so much more connected as I began doing that inner work on myself, that for me, I'm a completely different person to who I was 15 years ago. I feel so much more freer and liberated now than I've ever done before. And it's because of the work I've done on myself. If I hadn't done that work on myself, I'd still be worrying about things which, this person is completely different, but it's on me at the end of the day to work on myself. And that's the best thing I've ever done for myself. But we're talking about grandmothers and ancestors, but it's also about the future generations. So the work I'm doing on myself, it not only goes for my children, it goes for, my grandchildren, and so forth into the future. So whilst we're talking about, like, I'm very blessed that whilst my mum wasn't around, I did have my dad. So I do want to say a shout out to like the men as well, because we're talking about unity here, about the masculine and the feminine. And my dad was a really big part of our lives where we lived with him for 5 years. And what's interesting is, as a mother, you get bogged down in the daily tasks of doing this, doing that. Grandparents have got time. They have got time to spend with children. And so their bond was very different. And I was thinking, it really wasn't as lenient on me before. You're very different then, Dad. But it was so beautiful to watch, to see this beautiful journey unravel. And what I feel actually I went with my heart was, I'm now in a different position where I'm actually looking after my dad now. Now, I know Sharon mentioned at one point that, about with culture, how within Asian culture, you look after your parents, you look after family, you even stay with them. I have two younger brothers. They have very different views, of, no, if he wants, he can go to a care home. For me, it's just not even an option. It is not even an option. I'm doing it not for any other reason, but from my heart. For me, it's the joy, not only which I get, but for my children. And for me, while someone may be physically deteriorating, what is even bigger deterioration is their mental wellness. Okay, so if he is lonely, that is the silent killer. I've seen depression, I've been through depression, I know what it's like. But for me, and on those reasons, that's one of the reasons I stepped in and I was like, no, this is not happening. You're going to be here with us. And for me, I feel like I've gone in a full circle with us being with him and now him being with us. It makes me really emotional, actually, because it just warms my heart. And so for me, I know how obviously our ancestors, how grandparents can play a huge role with children, but even going forward, it's what we do today. How we work on ourselves is not only going to benefit us, it's going to benefit everybody around us. You'll be surprised how energy just like that can shift just by you doing the work.
And Yarini, you have shifted the energy quite well. We at Healing Our Earth wish you a pleasant onward time. Sharon, something to learn from Yarini is, don't stifle yourself. Speak to your partner. Don't have name calling. Don't shout. Try to rationally reason what is concerning you and together find a common ground so you can move on, and do try to take care. Someday you had father, mother looking after you. When they get old, you become their father or mother. And when you do, it'll be nice. When we were young, we didn't know what bird was doing, and we asked 50 times, what is that, till they taught us. Well, when they get old, they might forget they've asked you. Try to remember when you were young, they were patient and kept on telling you as many times as you repeated. So this is the time where we would to reciprocate. Sharon, we've gone well over an hour. Sharon and Myriad, you can conclude, and then Sharon, let's formally close the session. Over to Sharon and Myriad.
Mirat, it's been so wonderful to have you on the show. I love you. Talk about men. Miret is with Michael Levine, this extraordinary musician that I've known since I was like, let's see, in my 20s. And she's very fortunate to be with such a wonderful man, supportive and talented. And it's just wonderful to have you here. And I'm looking forward so much to getting to know you more and more and more and more. And we're very grateful for you to be coming on the show today.
And Sharon, we've got Beena here. I think Lata invited her last week. And we've also got our yoga producer, Riddhi, here. Just she switched on her camera. Let's give them a couple of minutes to see what they think of man and how they handle the man in society. Riddhi, let's listen to your views as to, have you ever been intimidated by men or provoked by men? And if so, how did you solve the situation?
So I think it's a very interesting one. It was actually before I started my yoga journey. that I wasn't too aware of my emotions. And I would stifle my emotions, I would block them down, I would bottle them up. I wouldn't really be forthcoming as to what was happening around me or within me. And part of that, I just wasn't self-aware. Through yoga, it practically made me more self-aware. It made me turn inwards. It made me make my mind silent to be able to get behind the mirror so that I could turn the mirror inwards. And I thought that was a beautiful thing in itself. Being in the kind of career that I was in, which was law, it's very much male dominated, middle white class. And so it was a challenge to climb that ladder. And at the same time, having those societal pressures around me. For those of you that know me, I do quite a lot of organization work. I work with different organizations. I'm one to practically be at the forefront, helping out other people, helping out the community. And it was just a reminder for me, for myself, to take a moment to pause, because we can only give as much as we are prepared to do the work ourselves. We can't give from a full glass. The glass has to be empty for us to be able to pour. And I think as women, especially, being in those dominant roles, being in those roles of being a woman, wearing so many different hats, at the same time balancing the professional life with the home life in itself, there's quite a lot going on. It's quite fast paced, and we've got to be able to adapt. We've got to be able to adjust, not just to the circumstances around us, but to be able to build those relationships, to come from a place where we can express ourselves, to come from a place where we are able to then connect with those around us. And that in itself is a journey, just as Yalini was actually saying earlier, in terms of being able to build those relationships in order to be able to build those connections. And it is absolutely vital. I think all of us here have been through emotional turmoil where things have happened. And it's literally for us then to think, well, is this something that serves me? Or is this something that holds me back? And if it is something that holds me back, what can I do about it? What are my options? And the second we start to think about it from a positive solution-focused mindset, we start to then open doors around us. I think personally, I've been through so many times where it's been ups and downs and ups and downs, doors closing left, right, and center, trying to work out what my path is. And the second I stopped with everything external and I focused inward on myself, I came to a self-realization of what is it that I really want? What is my talent? What are my gifts? And when I started to step into that, I started to become more congruent with who I was, not just in my professional life, but also in my personal life. So there was a connection there between what it is that I was doing, and it felt so much more aligned. It felt absolutely beautiful to be in that position. And I think, again, that's a common trend that I've heard throughout the day today, is to be able to step into those talents, is to be able to step into those gifts. It's to really be able to question what is it that we have to share with the world. And the more that we actually do that, the more congruent we are with ourselves. The people that aren't supposed to be in our lives will literally just step away. They will find that there is not that space there anymore. But as people have actually mentioned earlier, if they change, then there is always an opportunity for them to come back. But they have to do that work themselves. And I totally resonate with that as well. It's up to them to be able to do that work. At the same time, because we are women, I think we also have the upper hand of emotional intelligence. I think we are in those places of nurturing, of truly stepping into the divine. And I think that that is something that women actually have over men. And it's for us to be able to use that and see that as a gift, see that as a talent, and not try and run and hide away from it, but to really step into it with congruence, because that's what's going to lead us beyond the intellect. That's what's going to help us to connect with our intuition and connect with those around us too.
Thank you, Riddhi. Those men listening to Riddhi, and if you know Riddhi, you want to enter Riddhi's domain, Come with a change of attitude and she will enter you in her zone. So, Alexandra says that she loves any reason to celebrate humanity because it's a good occasion. Whenever there is any reason to celebrate, let's celebrate. Kwame is in Barbados enjoying himself over there. He's from London. Kwame, your views from a man point of view.
I feel that we are conditioned to be misogynistic from birth. And it's in our language, it's in industry, it's everywhere, it's in education. And one place that it's not really considered what people don't, so one place where people don't consider it is Father's Day. Father's Day is on or around the 21st of June, which is traditionally the most important day of the year, the solstices, the summer solstice and the winter solstice. So this is a very high energetic day. And on this day or around this day, we celebrate fathers. And I think that's designed to elevate the importance of men. And it happens in around 90% of the countries around the world. And Mother's Day, for around 40% of the world, it is in spring. So there's an imbalance there. And I feel, yes, we need to celebrate the men, but we don't have to do it on the solstice.
Thank you, Kwame. Thank you for your views. Well, at Healing Our Art, we celebrate Father's Day, Mother's Day, lots and lots of social-religious events and topics and everything. What a wonderful time. All you women, we are very proud of you. Those who missed out on the earlier resolution, we already have a women empowerment and a women panel and a group. So whoever you are, if you connect to Amrita or Vaishali, and they will put you in touch with this group. So Sharon, with yours, Myriad and Eddie are on my Facebook friend messenger. I've already dropped you messages. Do just acknowledge, but Sharon, you are in connection. So let's bring women, let's bring more and more women, and let's bring a mini education a pamphlet or something for men to help us improve, and for other women, how they can springboard themselves without fear through their talent, through their knowledge, through their womenness to help the humanity. Because when we say empowering women, empowering humanity, we at Healing Our Earth believe in that. Over to Sharon and Myriad, and then Sharon, you can just close the session officially. Thank you. Over to you.
Yesterday, when I was speaking with Miret, after a while, she said to me, "How can I serve you?" And that is a message for men and for everyone. But particularly, it's something that would be so beautiful in the world if we all came from that aspect of serving and bringing out, recognizing and bringing forth the greatest gifts of each individual. Correct, Miret?
Absolutely. And the thing is men have everything to gain by doing this. Men, when you give us your sperm, we make you a baby. When you give us a house, we build a home. When you give us love, we give you the world. It's to everyone's advantage to be respectful, kind, gentle, and nurturing is a gift that you will treasure. That I feel really sad that men are never taught to experience the joys that women have of raising a child. My father was amazing. I feel so fortunate to have had him as a father who was there for me, who didn't disappear or beat my mother or any of that stuff. And it was so good for him to be a decent human being, because that's what it's all about.
Yes,
Men
I
have
agree.
so much to gain by rethinking a lot of the tropes that are, for some crazy reason, part of modern society. In other cultures, when women give childbirth, the man takes responsibility for the home. The man brings the hunt to the home, and those gifts, when they are given from a place of unity, collaboration, interdependence, that we need each other, all kinds of beautiful things unfold for everybody.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. It's been a really fascinating show, full of really important wisdom and information about women, the empowerment of women, and reaching out to our men. You know, we just, oh my goodness, we just need really all of us to open our hearts and bring a sense of beauty and caring and all of those qualities that I learned from my immersion, particularly in the goddess traditions about women and all the different powers and abilities and manifestations of the feminine. And so I hope that we all continue to look towards that healing power that exists within each and every one of us, so that we can truly heal our earth. And I'd like to close with a little mantra. This is for Durga. This is Durga. And Shiva, of course, because we love this union. And this is Om Srim Dum Durgaye Shakti Bhairavye Namaha. Om Srim Dum Durgaye Shakti Bhairavye Namaha. Om Srim Dum Durgaye Shakti Bhairavye